Good morning. How are we doing this morning? All right, well, it is time for us to get started here at our COBA Career Success Conference 2024. I am very happy for a number of reasons to be up here. It's been a pretty hectic week personally, so please excuse any typos you see in a slide or any of the bumps in the presentation as we go through today's event. And just note, we also have a lot of students joining us remotely. Right now, I think they ran the math the other day. We have about 66% of the university's enrollment is online, and probably in COBA, that's closer to 80%. And so it's a very high number. So there are more people there, and then that ability will allow us to capture this for others to watch who are working today currently. And so it really is going to have a long-term impact. So this is going to be seen probably by hundreds of people eventually, whether live or now. So we appreciate it, everyone's participation. I'm really happy about this event because this university is a passion of mine. Being a lifelong Central Texas resident, I still have high school classmates in classes in our programs. And so what it does for the university is important, and what it does for the region. And I just love seeing success stories. And what you're going to see today is a lot of success stories coming out of the university. A lot of the people coming back here are alums who have had very good careers, and they'll tell you more about that. And I do title it Career Success. Success is measured a lot of different ways. For some, success is just getting that degree. For others, it's just then getting a job. For some, it's getting their dream job. For some, it's being able to work for themselves or something else. A lot of people will define that differently. So we hope something today will appeal to a wider variety. We have a lot of different activities that we'll go through, a lot of different speakers. So we hope that resonates ultimately with you. And the other deal is the business world is changing. We teach a lot of stuff in the classroom that I guess you could say is more theory-oriented. But what the purpose of today is bringing those practitioners who are seeing it on the ground, who are experiencing, who are hiring people, and to kind of give you a more practical perspective about what's going on. Think about those business changes. Let's just stop there for a second. What are some of the big changes we're seeing out in business today? What are some impacts? What are some things that are maybe different than they were 5 years ago? Yeah. Okay, remote work. Yeah. We got AI. Hey, number one on my agenda. AI. Yeah. We're worried about, every time a new change happens, they can say, no, it's not. It's just going to change the workforce. It's not going to, eliminate the workforce. This is one that's got me a little scared as we kind of start to figure it out. Full disclosure, I did use AI for the very first time to help draft some of the questions that we're going to ask the panelists today, and honestly, it's pretty good. Okay. Sorry if you thought I was actually creative with all those. If you didn't like them, it's AI's fault, ultimately. But the other thing is we got an incredible lineup of people here today. And it shows about people, how they want to invest back in the university. I think we've got 13 different speakers today that are scheduled to appear. Now, again, things may change because we have very accomplished, engaged people involved, so something may pop up and not everyone makes it. But I think the vast majority I've confirmed or already talked to this morning will make it. But we've got 13 people here. I only talked to 14, and all 13 are here jumped at it, and the 14th would have, but they had a long-standing commitment. And a lot of people rearranged schedules. They had meetings on the deal, and we're wanting to be here. So I'm just so excited about that. We do have a relatively tight schedule, so we don't have a lot of time in between. You can see we're kind of transitioning in 5-minute spurts here. So just move about, get more food, more drink, etc. In the back as we progress. Get up if you haven't been on campus before. The restrooms are across from the elevators out there at the end of the hall. So like I said, we just want to be comfortable. We're going to ask some questions of the panelists as we go. I'll talk more about these as they come up. But as you can see, just an outstanding lineup ultimately, and couldn't be happier to have all of you here. And without further ado, let's get started. Charlie Ayers, come on down. Charlie is the Director of Industry Education Partnerships at Workforce Solutions of Central Texas, and he's another one of those who rearranged his schedule to be here with us today. Speakers, we do need to use the microphones for the remote part.
Got it. And everybody can hear well out here, so very good. No, I always want to be in on what Dr. Loafman's up to, so I will rearrange my schedule for that anytime. It's good to be with you this morning. I just have a short time that I want to talk with you. One of the things that I've learned is that the mind can only comprehend what the seat can endure. So we're going to go through these fairly quickly, but I do want to talk to you about some things that what you need to be no matter what you become. But before we get into that, I just want to show you a few things. This is a pretty big number right here. Over the next 5 years in Central Texas. Now, let me tell you what we're talking about when I say Central Texas. Your Central Texas Workforce Board has the region between Milam County and San Saba County. It's 7 counties across the center. So that's what the state of Texas considers Central Texas. I was born and raised in Austin, and we always thought we were Central Texas, and it wasn't until I got here that I realized, oh, that's capital area, and this is Central Texas. So that's what we're talking about when you see these numbers. So in the next, by the next 10 years or so, we're going to increase jobs by 10,000. You can see that jobs grew 3,930 over the last 5 years. One of the largest problems we have in Central Texas, and it's not unique to us, it's across the state, and it's even across the nation, and now it's global, is we have more jobs than we have people. And the economy keeps growing. So when Dr. Loafman gets a little anxious about AI, or you get a little excited about virtual reality, or you get a little stressed about robots, don't, because there's not going to be enough people to do all the jobs anyway. So those technologies will be doing jobs that need to be filled that we won't be able to fill. But here's the real weird thing that's going on. So if you're recently graduate, or if you're in here planning to graduate pretty soon, jump in and be a part. This is the labor participation rate for Central Texas. And you can see since 2017 it has been dropping. Less and less people are continuing to be in the workforce that are of workforce age. 16 to 65 is what is the people we count for that. So it's kind of interesting that jobs are increasing, and yet there's fewer people even in the workforce. And on top of that, there's even fewer people in the population to do the work. One of the things that's impacting us most in Central Texas, it's the second largest generation born in the United States. Baby boomers. And now all of them are turning 65. They're all getting to retirement age, and they've been in the workforce forever, and now they're stepping out of it. And right behind them is the largest generation ever born in the United States, and that's the millennials. And for all of you just said, yeah, those millennials, they don't know how to do, and they're lazy, they don't want to work. Well, just a heads up, the millennials all now own homes and have kids. They're not 18 and 19-year-olds anymore. And it's not going to be very long before they're reaching retirement age, and they're the largest group of workers that we've ever had. So some real interesting future events coming our way. But I thought something you might want to see is, if we're talking about bachelor's degrees, we're here at Texas A&M Central Texas. Here are the fastest growing jobs that require a bachelor's degree in Central Texas, and how much they pay in Central Texas. And you can see that we're very heavy on healthcare and education. The reason why we're heavy on healthcare, baby boomers. It's a big group, and they're getting older. They need a lot of pills. And they've got a lot of doctor visits. And so that's the reason that's driving. And then you see education, elementary school teachers, secondary school teachers. What's driving that is our population continues to grow. And where there's rooftops, there's children. And where there's children, there's schools. And where there's schools, you have to have teachers. As a matter of fact, from the 2020 census, Central Texas was only one of the few areas of the country that actually gained population. East Coast, West Coast, North, Midwest, all lost population. As a matter of fact, the city of Detroit is losing 10,000 people a year in population. But they're all going to Texas, Florida, and Arizona. And you're like, I know, I'm trying to drive around on the roads. I know there's more people here than there used to be. But very interesting. But as you look at that and you look at maybe what kind of career you're pursuing, understand that when we talk about these occupations take on a broad stretch of industries, because you have general managers in healthcare, you have general managers in retail, you have general managers in manufacturing. My advice to students nowadays is if you're kind of unsure about what you want to do, business degrees will not hurt you. That'll leave you some flexibility. But healthcare and education, and then what happened just in the last 5 years is we've had professional technical services pop up in our top jobs, and that's why you see software developers up there. That's all of a sudden started to become a growing job in Central Texas, along with cybersecurity and web management, that type of stuff. So there's a lot of growth in that area also. But when we talk about what we want to do, I thought just for the short time that I had this morning, I'd share with you the 4 things you need to be no matter what you become. So, first thing, be careful. Be careful. And the reason why I say that is you can see the herd of wildebeest crossing the river here. And not everything that looks like a rock is a rock. As you traverse life, not everything that looks like a rock is a rock. And most of you young adults in here, you have a neat little tool that some of us in other generations did not have, and it's called social media. And your life has a way of following you around. Thank God they didn't have that at McCallum High School in Austin. Not one of my parties was posted. So you have to be careful, because not everything that looks like a rock is a rock. And sometimes we get involved in situations that follow us and they become part of our resumes, and we never intended that to happen. And it has a way of sticking with you. And I tell younger students all the time, there's decisions that you make that will not keep you from getting a job, but they will keep you from getting the job that you want. And sometimes it's just as simple as a drug test. I know, it's not fair, it's dumb, but it is what it is. So, be careful. That's the first thing you need to be. No matter what kind of professional pursuit you're planning on, be careful. Oh, sorry, man, that thing went crazy. Second one is be cheerful. How many of you own a dog? There's nothing like a dog. You can leave the house for 5 minutes and walk back into the house, and it's like you've been gone for 2 weeks. It's like, oh my God, you're home. You're the best. You're awesome. No matter what you become, if you be cheerful, you will get more raises in your career than anything else, because employers love people that have high energy and bring the crowd up. No one likes a rain cloud. And most employers want your drama checked at the door. They don't want it in the office. Be cheerful. And you're like, what are you talking about, Charlie? All this stuff that we're talking about, you will hear it referred to as employability skills. These are employability skills. So be cheerful. Impact those around you. figure out how to make their days better. My favorite thing about dogs is they bring joy with them. You don't have to give it to them. They show up with joy. So be careful and be cheerful. That's two things you need to be no matter what you become. Good Lord. Be committed. Be committed. So many of you may have never heard of John Stephen Akhwari. John Stephen Akhwari is a marathon runner from Tanzania. And you're like, what's so special about him? Did he win something? No, he didn't. As a matter of fact, he came in last place in the marathon in the 1968 Mexico City Olympic Games. He was last place. As a matter of fact, he wasn't only last place. He finished an hour and 18 minutes later than the last runner. Because what happened is in the midst of the marathon, John Stephen Akhwari was running and he got into a group of runners and he got pushed to the side of an embankment and he fell down the embankment, dislocated his knee, and completely scratched himself all up, was bleeding, could not move his leg, he was limping. He climbed back up the embankment, he got back onto the race path, and he started limping toward the finish line. It was over an hour after the last place runner crossed the finish line that the crowd began to disperse. They were almost all gone. The reporters were still there because they knew there was one runner out on the course. And kind of through the dust and the setting sun of Mexico City, they saw John Stephen Akhwari limping toward the finish line. And when he got there, all the reporters rushed him and they were like, what are you doing? You're bleeding, you can't walk, your knee's totally ruined. Why did you keep running? And John Stephen Akhwari said, Tanzania sent me to Mexico City to finish a race, not start a race. Be committed. There will be times in your professional endeavors that you're going to feel like quitting. We all do. Sometimes life just does that to you. But be committed to your cause. So you not only need to be careful, and you not only need to be cheerful, you need to be committed no matter what you become. Be committed. See if we can do this without jumping. Yeah. Be conscientious. Everybody know who this is? Who we have? Chris Rock. The slap heard round the world. Chris Rock. Well, so Chris Rock is worth just over $60 million. Now, I don't know about y'all, but in Central Texas, that's some walking around money. You can kind of do what you want to do with $60 million. But as you probably know, Chris Rock was not always worth $60 million. As a matter of fact, he tells the story that when he first started pursuing his career in entertainment, he had a car that looked like this. And he said it was a piece of junk. Windows were busted out of it. It was missing hubcaps. And it never ran for him. As a matter of fact, every time he went to an audition call or a job interview, his car broke down because it was a piece of junk. He said what he used to do is his car would break down on the side of the Los Angeles freeway, and he would get out and he would open the hood and he would stand by his car and he would wait for some help. And guess what happened? Exactly, nothing. People just drove by. Just another broken down car, some poor soul on the side of the highway just drove by. Well, after 2 or 3 times, he got kind of fed up with that. And so what he decided to do is the next time the car broke down, he's on his way to an audition. He got out, he got behind his car, and he started pushing it up the highway. And all of a sudden, something amazing happened. People started pulling over. They started getting out. They started helping Chris push. 1, then 2, then 3. Chris Rock said he learned a valuable lesson that day on the side of the LA freeway. He said he learned that people like to help people who help themselves. So the last thing you need to be, no matter what you become, is be conscientious. People like to help people that are helping themselves. And there are people in your lives, no matter what our age is in this room, you have support groups in your life. It may be family, it may be coworkers, it may be a spouse, but you have people that want to help you. Be conscientious. So the 4 things you need to be, no matter what you become going forward: you need to be careful, you need to be cheerful, you need to be committed, and be conscientious. I appreciate your time this morning. I hope you have a wonderful seminar today. Thank you, Dr. Loafman.
All right. Let me get back over here. Well, just as Charlie always comes help me, I always look to get Charlie here. You can see what an engaging speaker he is. So, about to transition to to our first panel. We got a lot of panels of practitioners. This is our alumni panel up first. And if you all would make your way up here, we have Sarah Untalon, Katie Woods, and Kayla Martin. Bring your little handy dandy deals with you. You can pick your... We've got to do the mics to pick up the outside noise. All right, as we're getting settled, so I guess one thing I skipped is I took for granted y'all knew who I was probably. So I'm Lucas Loafman. I'm interim dean for the College of Business here, and also serving as the moderator for today's conference. I will share one career success tip with you, since that's what this is about. So this is a Starbucks screw-on coffee mug. Okay, lesson I learned heading to a meeting about a month ago. You see, it's open. It's in its open position right now. If you ever put an energy drink in your Starbucks Twist on coffee mug, be sure it stays in the open position and not the closed position. The carbonation with them will explode the lid all the way off. I'm walking into a meeting here, and literally, boom, and the lid goes 6 feet up in the air. And thankfully, I was wearing I made the choice for my leather jacket versus sport coat that day, and just down the sleeve. And thankfully, there were only 2 or 3 people outside that saw it, and so I was only mildly embarrassed, but scared the Jesus out of me. That thing blowing up. So, energy drink. One, vent it. That's probably a good idea. Just leave the lid off a little bit and then leave it open. Otherwise, you could see quite the explosion. So, just lessons learned. We all share little tips that we pick up in life. So again, this is a panel of alumni. We're going to ask all of them, kind of the same questions. But the first part is just their storytelling. And I think that's the biggest part I want to resonate to you, because they all have different backgrounds, where they ended up, where they are now. Now, the interesting thing, and this wasn't planned, I was sitting there piecing the slide together last night, looking back at titles. These are I've former students, advisees, etc. over the years. And they'll get more in their titles, but all of these have vice president in their titles. So these are some of our alums that have went on to very successful careers. And so we're thankful for them. Again, they all jumped to the opportunity to come back. And so our first question is really just having each of them tell their story, a little bit about what led them here, what did you do here, how's your career evolved afterwards. So Sarah, you want to take the lead for us?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Well, same word of advice for airplanes, which I think is probably an obvious one, but not for me. And so, anyways, I'm Sarah Unsalon. I'm the vice president at Syntex Technologies. We're a local IT consulting firm. We serve the public and private sectors in all their IT needs. So we're overall IT service company. We do cybersecurity. We do DevSecOps, digital marketing, and then we actually have a lab here for forensic investigations where we partner with A&M. I started when I was 20 at Centex. I'm 33, so I've been here almost 13 years. So my career path is one path. And I was initially the test proctor and admin assistant at our office. My boss actually did not pick me first for my position, but I had a friend there who vouched for me, luckily. He ended up training me in project management. So after about a year, I went on to project management. I implemented a 5-phase approach to project management and our development processes during the time that I was a project manager. And then in 2021, I was promoted to vice president of Syntax Technologies. So now I handle client strategy, business strategy, client relations, and then I currently oversee all the government division. Our business development person recently left, and so I'm from identification of the opportunity all the way through the end of the contract. I manage that. So.
I'm Katie Woods. I'm the Vice President and Director of Marketing for our bank. I kind of want to tell my story a little bit later and answer a different question for that. But what led me here, I was at a point in my career, I was working for our bank, wearing a different hat. At that time, I finished my bachelor's degree, which is in psychology. And my position at the bank then, I was working as a mortgage officer, and I hated my job. I was miserable with my job. And I told my husband, I was like, I'm gonna apply for grad school. And I told him after I did it. And I told him if I get accepted, I'm gonna quit my job. And he said, okay. Well, I remember I was sitting in a Target parking lot and the email came through that I got accepted. And so I went and I quit my job. And then I told my husband I quit my job. But why I chose to come here, I was married, I had a son. The schedule of this place, I needed a place that would accommodate me having to have a full-time job, because that was something I was gonna have to find. I was gonna need online classes, night classes, something that was gonna support me to where I could be a mom, and go and work towards getting a degree. But, you guys are here, this place has a vibe. It's supportive. The professors here, coming and talking to them before I applied here, it's a support system. And so that's why I chose to come here. But right now, with what I do for our bank, I lead the marketing department. That's something that they entrusted me to start. We have 10 banking centers, so I serve all of them. We have locations in Fort Worth and Edna. We're concentrated here in Central Texas. And so that's something that I'm very proud to do. We have 180 our bankers, and so I lead that for them.
Caleb?
Hi, I'm Kayla Martin. I work at First Community Services here in Killeen. We're actually the data processing and support center for First National Bank Texas and First Convenience Bank, and we have about 350 branches across 4 states. I arrived in Central Texas from the Dallas area, and I quit my job. That's not the theme, but that's kind of where we're headed here.
Everyone has a different path.
Everybody's got a story. I actually moved to Central Texas for love, is what we tell my husband. I tell my kids. My husband was stationed here at Fort Hood, and I had worked at City Capitol in the Dallas area, and left a very great job for love to quit a job to move to this area. I took a job at First National Bank, working in a support area, not making very much money. This was 20 years ago, but still not making very much money. It was an entry-level position. I had taken classes in the Dallas area at junior colleges there, and thought, okay, well, the bank has tuition reimbursement. I need to make the most of it. Let me go ahead and continue this. Again, I also had to have a full-time job, And we decided, why not start a family? We've got 2 people in college and 2 full-time jobs. We should totally have kids. That's what we should do. So we decided we'd go ahead and have a couple of kids to throw that into the mix. But all joking aside, Texas A&M Central Texas was what I needed. My husband's also graduated from here. It was what we really needed. It was very supportive for our family. I had a professional background to some degree, so a lot of the professors at that time, again, they were not classes, so they also had jobs, and so you were able to tie back what you were learning with what real life experiences. It just really worked out for us and for my family, so that's why we're here.
Thank you. All right, so now I'm going to ask our panelists here, could you highlight some key lessons or insights you've gained since leaving A&M Central Texas that have contributed to your career success? And we'll start with Katie this time.
Oh, man. So since leaving here, when I walked out the doors here and graduated, I had to be ready to run. Working as a marketer and starting that department, you wear so many hats. I learned a lot here, but as a marketer, you're a content writer. You have to learn to create the content, learning Photoshop and Illustrator. That's something that I wasn't taught here. And so I had to stay up late at night watching different YouTube videos and trying to figure all that stuff out. 5 years ago, we didn't have AI. I had to do all that stuff. And so there's just a lot of different components that a marketer has to do that I didn't learn here. And so I had to be ready to run. And I had to be ready to, to come to the table with different ideas and prove myself because they entrusted me, to start this department and do good. And I was trying to prove myself. There's a story that I want to tell. And what I'm about to tell you, I don't mean it with arrogance at all. But when I go and ask things from the president of the bank or a CFO, they don't tell me no a lot. And I don't mean that with arrogance. There's a professor here that I took. His name's Dr. Ritter. And I don't know if any of you have taken him, but when I describe him, you'll probably find a professor that's relatable. So Dr. Ritter is the one that you put off taking, or you find another professor. You don't want to take this professor because he's very hard. And so I put him off taking him. At this point in my journey, I had made a lot of friends along the way. I built my support system. And so there were several of us, we kind of band together and we didn't have a choice. With summer school, we had to take Dr. Ritter. And it was for cost accounting. And I'm not good at math, and I work for a bank. I'm not good at math already, And so, we worked through that. Well, part of Dr. Ritter's class, there's a paper you have to write. To write an essay in an accounting class, okay? And so, oh man, it was the most rigorous paper that I've ever had to write. And part of it was you had to submit your proposal to him over what industry you were gonna write this paper on. And if he didn't like it, he would send it back to you. And each time he had to send it back, he would deduct more points. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I was to the point that I went to my CFO. He was a very seasoned CFO at the time. And I had to suck up my pride to even go to him and have him explain this to me. I was like, what is this? This is what I think cost accounting is. And he looked at it, and it's our CFO. And he's, scratching his head. And he's like, you're right, Katie, that is cost accounting. And I was like, well, I'm on number 3, and I don't have any more points left. I'm almost to 0. And so I changed completely what I was writing my topic about, and he finally accepted my paper. But then writing the paper and citing it and the attention to detail, I cannot tell y'all how hard it was. And, just the correspondence with him. And one time he even offered for us to come up here in person and meet with him. And at this point, I had 2 kids. During my journey here, I had my daughter. And so I packed up my baby and I came here and I'm expecting this big, scary guy. And he is the nicest little man. I mean, he is so sweet. I'll tell you, he was the only B that I got when I was doing my master's here. And he was very, very difficult. He pushed me and pushed me and pushed me, and the attention to detail that he made us do. And he told me, he was in an email, he was like, your employer they'll appreciate this one day. And I just, my employer's not going to make me write a paper. Like, I'm not going to have to do this, Like, I kept thinking that. And so anyway, we went through, I graduated, and we even had a hashtag that year. It was, we survived Ritter. It was on all our pictures. Y'all can go find that on LinkedIn, and it's a real thing. And so the reason I'm telling you that is, and it took me a while to understand, he was right. The reason that I don't get told to know a lot is because I provide the attention to detail. I go to the table, I have my facts, I have the details behind that, I do my homework, and I prove myself ahead of time. And so the reason that I'm telling you this and I'm sharing the story, don't take the easy professors. Take those hard ones that are gonna push you, because he's right. They will appreciate that. So that's one of my stories that I wanna share with you. Survive Ritter. Go find your Ritters.
I think that speaks to Charlie's deal about commitment, that you got, you are going to have obstacles. I had a similar one, a student involved public speaking. At my last university, this student was fearful of public speaking. And so we had a presentation in an HR class. It was worth 10% of their grade. And night of the presentation comes, and I was like, "You're up." And she's like, "Uh-uh." I was like, 10% of your grade. You're losing a letter grade by just sitting there and saying nothing. It's fine. Well, it turns out this student put off their Speech 1301 course until the spring semester they were graduating with their undergrad because they were so fearful of public speaking. And I tried to tell her all along, hey, it's no big deal. You got to do it. And then she graduates. She comes running up to me and she goes, "Professor, I took that class. It wasn't really that hard." And I was like, I told you that. It's just something you gotta conquer the fear and finally, commit to these endeavors ultimately. All right, Kayla.
What was the question?
Highlighting some key lessons or insights you've gained since leaving A&M Central Texas that have contributed to your success.
I would say doing things that make you uncomfortable, to your point about public speaking, but doing things that make you uncomfortable. I worked at, like I said, I worked in a support area for the bank initially, and after graduating, I was given an opportunity to move to First Community Services as a business analyst. I have a degree in business. This was more of a technology position. I was scared. I was like, I don't know if I don't even know who makes all the payments posts every night. I don't even know where that happens. So it was very eye-opening to understand everything that's going on, but I was given this opportunity. It was basically a lateral move. It was something that I did as an opportunity to push my limits a little bit and challenge myself. And it was incredibly uncomfortable to walk into a piece of the organization that you just don't know or didn't know existed, and how you try to figure out how you would contribute and make that team a better team. I've been very successful, but it definitely was because I was pushed by a supervisor to take that leap into technology and give it a shot. So I definitely say doing something that makes you uncomfortable is the best way to kind of get yourself out there. So,
Sarah?
I think that's a common theme here because that's also in my, I'm a chronic over-preparer, which is actually not a good thing for me. But putting yourself out of your comfort zone, I jokingly tell my boss, he's the leader at throwing me into the fire and making me figure it out, which has been a big growth journey for me. I mean, I've been at my job for 13 years almost, and as much as I get uncomfortable with these tasks or anything that he throws at me, I know he does it because he can see that I'm capable of doing it, and honestly, it's helped me just to have confidence in my ability. If not at anything, have confidence in my research skills, because he'll say 3 words and I will go and write a whole paper on it, because I've been here so long and I understand what he's looking for, and I also understand now how to kind of throw myself in the fire and figure it out. And putting yourself in uncomfortable positions. I don't know how familiar or common Toastmasters is. I'm sure it's a pretty big thing still. But that's a public speaking. It helps with your public speaking skills, among, I'm sure, many other things. And I could never, okay? But I will one day. But I've met many who have attended or who have gone through those courses, and that's really been helpful to them, and probably something I'll try as well. My last piece that really has stuck with me, I've been really fortunate to attend LeaderCast. So LeaderCast is put on now by the Clean Chamber of Commerce. It is the single largest leadership event in the country. It is broadcast. It's held in Atlanta, I believe, and it's broadcast across hundreds of locations. The Chamber puts on theirs every year. And I'm fortunate enough, I've been able to be in the planning committee for it, as well as attend. And I can't recall who said it in one of their speeches, but it stuck with me. And it was, you don't have to be good at everything. And I think often I and many of us in leadership positions or even new positions feel that we have to know everything or be good at everything or do everything. And I often still feel that way, but you don't. And so their advice was, pick what you're good at and develop your skills there. Be the expert in that and what you are good at. Because if you're good at just a few, everything, a little bit here and there for everything, you're not an expert in anything. And so, in fact, I manage an IT company, and I'm not an overly technical person. I am more of a analytical thinker, a problem solver, really just a project manager, but it's really helped me grow, and I think I've been successful because I have focused on the things that I'm good at, and being proactive as well, bringing something to your boss and not saying, here's my problem, what do I do? But here's my problem, and here's the 3 options, what would you like? Has really helped me as well.
Yeah, I think what she just raised and is also, why Katie doesn't get no is very important. Don't bring people problems. Bring people a problem with solutions. And when you come with good research, it's backed and it's going, you get what you want in a lot of circumstances. And so that's what people like to see. They don't like to have the issues dumped on their table. Think through it. Provide some options. And maybe they'll help you work through it a little bit. I echo LeaderCast. I've participated once, and it was a great event. All right, so this is the key. We were talking about this earlier. How do you approach networking and building professional relationships in your industry? Any tips for recent graduates looking to expand their networks? Kayla, you want to start with this one?
Sure. I think there's some obvious networking opportunities. Some of the organizations here in the area that were mentioned. But I also feel like, for me, I will say that I'm a mother of 2 children, and it's busy, and it's hard to sometimes put some of those events in with other things you have going on in your life. And so I volunteer with organizations that benefit my children. I think all networking is network. Like, all those events are networking. They're not necessarily specific to banking or technology for me. Whether it's working in something with the school district, my children were in the Coppers Cove School District, working something with the school district or with the band or volleyball, and then other opportunities or things just within our organization. With, the bank is a pretty large employer, and there are people that I don't know all the time, like Casey, works at the bank. So I think getting to get groups of people in the organization that you're networking outside of your specific area, I think that's important as well. But that's really what I have for that.
Sarah?
Well, I also serve on the board for the Alumni Association here, so that's your very first avenue. Go there and check out the events. Also, COBA. When I was at A&M, I think I had blinders on, and I didn't even realize all the events and the resources that Texas A&M Central Texas offers. But they offer a lot. And they offer quite a bit of networking opportunities and ways for growth. So start there. I also serve on the Greater Killeen Chamber of Commerce Board, so that would probably be the second. You guys saw Charlie. He's wonderful, and he's with the workforce. So that's another avenue. And join the Chamber of Commerce has a organization called the Greater Killeen Young Professionals. You don't even have to be that young. Just go and join. But they hold, and there's also, there's so many opportunities around here to just go and find events to network, just like what you both have, or what Kaya you've said is, or Kayla, I'm sorry, is my son is 6. He's in soccer and t-ball network. Just find opportunities there, but also make a LinkedIn and connect with everybody that you see. In fact, I'm going to connect with these ladies right as soon as we're done here, and I think that's probably the biggest thing my boss has taught me, is to go and connect with everybody, and as it is appropriate. So that's my advice.
And LinkedIn and Facebook is how I backtracked some of our speakers today, and we're able to get their I remember them and find their contact information. Katie?
Both of you mentioned a lot of good ones, so I don't want to be repetitive. I'm trying to come up with new ones. It is tough. There's a lot of good ones on social media, LinkedIn, but there's also groups. If you just go and search whatever your industry is that you're looking to get into, women in business, there's a lot of other groups, luncheons, the chambers, there's a lot of different chamber of commerce that you can do, different luncheons. So those are the only additions that I would have to add to what the other ladies have already named.
Yeah, just to emphasize, whatever your profession you're looking at, HR, big one. There's local chapters, Syntec SHRM, Wilco HR, et cetera, and same thing with a lot of other disciplines, accounting. There's a lot of local professional organizations. But going back to Sarah too, is finding those opportunities, even if you're maybe a little uncomfortable. Like I can think back, years ago when I was department chair, we had an advisory council luncheon. And, Ronald Stepp just said, hey, we're looking for people to help us out on the KISD Education Foundation. And so I was like, sure, that sounds good. And so I went up and eventually joined the board. And I made a lot of lasting connections that I still talk to people this day. Abdul being one of them, we serve simultaneously. And Chris is another one. He came in like the last year. But a lot of those relationships that, you never know when you're going to need to go back and ask that person, maybe to be a speaker today, or, need their support for some other initiative, that sometimes those small service roles that you just don't think. You think, okay, well, I'm going to go. I've got these meetings. I've got this. They turn into so much more from the network long term. All right, fourth question here. Looking back on your career journey, is there anything you wish you had known or done differently? Any advice you would give recent graduates starting their own careers? And I'll start back with Sarah on this.
Yes, I certainly would have done a few things differently. I'm sure we all would have. I'm certainly happy where I am now. I think I love my clients. I love my colleagues. I love working with A&M, Central Texas. So there's a lot of things I would have done differently maybe to get to this point. One of the things I've been working for a couple of years now, I see every week a professional development coach. And her name is Katie. She worked for the workforce for a very long time. She oversaw that area. So I see her every week, and she is just a huge resource for me. And one thing that she tells me a lot is to remember your brand. Remember you have to build your brand as well for yourself. I have been with Centex Technologies for 13 years, like I said. My boss, Abdul, is really heavily involved in the community. And for a long time, I kind of followed that path, and I was in my own bubble. And whatever Centex does, I do. I'm a part of Centex, which I do still believe that I love where I work. And we started with 4 or 5 of us. We're now almost 40. We have been on Inc. 5000's fastest growing companies in America 3 times now. So, I mean, I love my job. I love what I do, and I do believe I am, that's a part of me. But also, it's really important to build your brand outside of that and do your own professional development and who you are. And so she's put me, given me things like your elevator speech, your 2-minute elevator speech, which I think I forget every week or so, but I work on it. And I recognize that what I do outside of here, I represent my company, but I also represent the brand that I want to show to my colleagues and our partners in the community and to our clients. So,
Katie?
This is the question that I was waiting for from question 1. Okay, so my career journey. I started with our bank when I was 24 years old. This year I will be with the company 12 years. So one thing that I would have changed, I wish I would have known what I wanted to be when I grew up a lot sooner, because now I love what I do. But when I started with the bank, it was supposed to be a temporary job. I didn't have my bachelor's degree at that time. I was working towards that. I was engaged, not married, and I was a teller with the bank. And so during that time, we were acquired by our bank. And so I finished my bachelor's degree, which was in psychology. I shared that earlier. And I wanted to do something different. And I started as a mortgage lender, which I shared. I did that for 2 years, and I hated it so much. And so when I applied here and quit my job, I shared that too. And so a little bit more on that, quitting my job, I didn't have anything else lined up after that. And so I gave a very long notice and told them I would stay as long as I needed. And so they found my replacement. It was supposed to be my last day. And it was about 1 o'clock on what was supposed to be my last day. And I get a call from HR. And I'm like, it's my last day. And I'm getting called into HR. And back in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to just jet, go to HR on my last day. So I went to HR, and she offered me to stay on and help for a little bit. And I kind of elbowed my way in and, ended up staying while I finished my master's here.
Things aren't going to be handed to you. It takes work, and you need to really figure out what you want to do, figure out what that path looks like. Know you're going to run into some obstacles, and just really always advocate for yourself and where you see yourself in your career, and then be willing to change when life throws you some curveballs.
Thank you. All right, at this point, we have time for questions from the audience for our panelists. So has anyone got any questions? I'll walk around with the mic. If not, I've got a backup question. We've got about 10 minutes left in this particular session. Can be directed at any, can be directed at all. Going up. You're going to send me to my 5th question. All right, and I think Sarah might expand upon this a little bit, but I think she started hitting this. This is the key one, post-graduation. what ways do you continue to stay current and relevant in your career with the changing landscape that's going on around you?
I think inherently our company is a big proponent of education. My boss is actually the Computer Information System Department is the Sabani Computer Information Systems, or you might correct me, Computer Information
Sabani
Systems.
Department of Computer
There we
Information
go.
Systems. Yeah.
Okay. So my boss is Abdul Sabani, big proponent for education. He used to be a professor. We also have a testing center at our office. So we do certification testing for things like A+, CompTIA exams. We do TA exams for education. So certifications are a huge thing. I think often people do one or the other. They'll go and get their education, and then they'll start their journey and not do the professional development work afterwards to stay up to date, because we just went through all this school and we have all this debt. So there's more. But it's such a huge thing for me because especially in IT, everything is changing. For example, AI. They can my strong suit used to be writing. I don't know what it is anymore because AI is, everybody's strong suit is writing, I think, now. So I would say continuing to connect with the industries around you to understand what's still relevant and what's new. I'm lucky enough to be able to attend a Hawaiian conference, National Hawaiian Organization Association later this month, where I get to connect with all the Hawaiian and Alaskan Native-owned companies and learn what their needs are. So, I think that just going out and learning more and using the resources that the university provides to you, as well as the community, is really the best way to stay up to date. Possibly also like TikTok news or something, is probably the way most people get their news now, but those are my ways.
Katie?
Oh, gosh. So I work in a bank. Nobody wants to go in a bank. So we're always trying to keep up with technology. Our bank, they encourage education. They're always sending us to training and encouraging us to keep up with the trends. Our chief operating officer is sitting right there, so I feel like I should hand her the microphone to answer this better than I can. We sit in on a lot of calls together. She is always looking for different ways, efficiency, and things that we can do better. Sometimes I am in her office asking her questions and trying to remember different things or different parts of calls that we're on. So we're always looking to do things better and looking for ways that we can be efficient and meet the needs of our customers. So just trying to stay current with times. And I feel like, to your point with AI, it's changing things. And if you're not getting on the wave now and trying to keep up with it, you're going to get left behind.
Kayla?
I need a repeat.
Staying up to date. How do you stay up to date?
I'm sorry. Well, it's very similar to their answers. Conferences, training. I work at a bank as well, so there's a lot of regulatory things happening. The government controls a lot of what goes on, and so there's a lot of information to keep. To stay on top of. So, I really don't have anything extra than what they've already said. Wall Street Journal, read their Wall Street Journal. She's TikToking. We're listening to Wall Street Journal. We're listening to it. I'm not reading it. We're listening to it, but yeah.
But I think it is important. Depending on where you are, there are, again, with your professional communities, there may be bulletins. Like I get a member of the American Bar Association. They send out a whole weekly email of news stories and things like that you really can. Sometimes it's more formal certifications, and we're seeing a trend in that. A lot more looks for certifications in addition to degrees, or sometimes in lieu thereof. Is one trend we're also seeing. But, those networks, those professional organizations, and paying attention to what they put out are good. And with that, I would like to thank our panelists for their time and their wisdom this morning. Thank you very much. Okay, so as another part of this, we've got some prizes to give away for our attendees. And if you happen to be the recipient of one of the Amazon gift cards, you need to talk with Iris or one of the people out there and give them a little bit of your contact information so we can fill out a little documentation. So our first one is we do have a Coba bag set up. Tommy Barker. And Amazon gift card, Jason Monks. Ruben's got you here. Congratulations, Chase. All right, well, we'll kind of do a couple of these in between each of our sessions. So now we'll start transitioning to our second panel of the morning that I'm sort of calling an HR practitioner panel, whether they're pure HR roles, but they're recruiters, et cetera. That these are the people who are looking to fill jobs out there, maybe from one of you. But they have good insights into what's going on. So I would like to welcome up, I'll shift it over to our conference schedule, Shayla Sturgeon, Stephanie Gonzalez, Casey Coburn, and Kimberly Hartman. I guess with this one, y'all are going to have to do a little bit of pass the mic, as it looks like. We've got 3 mics and 4 people on this particular panel. But one of the first things I'm ultimately going to do with this particular one is, let each of our panelists, we'll just go in order, start with Shayla down, telling us a little bit about themselves, how their own career has evolved, how they got into this particular role, and then also tell us about your company, because some of y'all are looking for jobs. Some of these people are looking for employees, and so also feel free to connect with them thereafter. And so the reason why you see representatives from these particular companies is these are 3 that have been very proactive in reaching out to us to try to connect. It was really refreshing, in particular. Conversations that I have had in the fall with Stephanie reached out, and then Shayla. It wasn't about like we want your people. Their first conversation was, how can we help you? And I said, well, one of the ways is hire our people. But it wasn't about that. They wanted to help like this, to talk about what it is. And so one of the things we were having a chat, I was having a chat with someone earlier, when it comes to getting a job, whether it's, and I think the focus of the question is really going to be on interviews or resumes and interviewing, is a lot of people have the skill sets. They just don't do a good job of getting that out at the right time. I mean, I've had someone that, I've had people work for me that are great employees, but it took them a while to get the job because of the resume organization, highlighting the wrong thing. I mean, I see it as a hiring manager myself. I'm in academia. 101, what do I need to see when I hire someone? What are your degrees? For most of my positions, I need to see a PhD. And that's the very last thing at the end, or it's off of there entirely. Well, I'm not going to spend time going around and looking for that stuff. It's like, you gotta tell it to me. So, again, that's what we're going to explore here through questions. So we'll just start with Shayla, talking a little bit about yourself, your background, and ultimately your company. That's what I do want y'all to spend a few minutes on.
So I'm glad to be here. Thank you again for having us. I work for BKCW here in Killeen. We actually have a location in Killeen, Austin, Temple, and Brownwood. We are an insurance agency, so we specialize in commercial, personal insurance, PNC insurance, as well as employee benefits. And so a little bit about myself. I graduated from Texas A&M University in College Station back in 2000. At that time, I was kind of like a sales and agriculture major, didn't really have a plan of what I wanted to do, didn't know exactly what I wanted to do, thinking I was going to get into a sales role. Took a position out of college in Dallas working for a headhunting firm doing recruiting. And so worked for about 3 years doing recruiting scientists, pharmaceutical scientists, and kind of like one of the other panelists said, moved here for love. My husband now, we were dating at the time, was from the Killeen area, had been here, kind of grown up here, and started looking for a job in Central Texas. And so had done recruiting. I was hired on at McLean Company in Temple and worked in their corporate HR for almost 10 years. And so in that role, I did recruiting, HR, kind of all functions of HR, and really learned the HR field, just hands-on, doing a lot of it, getting certified and getting my PHR and some of those different certifications there. I had the opportunity, I wanted to move into management, and had the opportunity to go to work for a company that was just opening in Belton called CGI. They were brand new to the area whenever I started. They were in a temporary space, had about maybe 10 employees, and we were tasked with building it to about 400 employees within the Belton location within the first 3 years, I think, 303 years. I mean, it was a lot. So I spent 5 years at CGI. We hired tons and tons of people, really kind of established that location and started kind of building that group out within the community and getting involved in the community, and it was a wonderful opportunity. And then I had gotten kind of a recruiting call, I guess you'd say. A friend of ours that owns the business here in Killeen for BKCW, they had no HR. They were close to 50 employees, 40-something employees, and really just needed help to build out their operations and their HR. And so I took the opportunity and became their director of HR 7 years ago, and have been working in that facility. We have grown the business. We've added training and added management, and just kind of from like one person, our owner, running it to so much great opportunity, I think, that we've been able to provide and build. So it's been a stretch goal for me to be able to kind of do that and work side by side with an owner and have kind of a small business that we've been able to really grow and build over the last 7 years, and added new agencies and new locations and things like that. So we are always hiring. It's been nice to be kind of focused here in Central Texas and see the growth and, see the challenges too. I mean, we've, obviously with COVID and all of the changes and hiring and finding staff, every business is challenged with that, and I think working for a great employer that really values the team and wants to grow that and has goals to continue to grow has been really, really great to partner with. And so I've planned to stay here until I retire. Hopefully they'll keep me around forever, but great opportunity that I've been able to kind of work through my HR career and have landed with this job with BKCW here locally.
Stephanie?
Okay, hi, my name's Stephanie Gonzalez. I graduated from A&M Corpus Christi in 2012. I moved to Houston, Texas afterwards because I figured oil and gas, that's where it's at, that's where the money's at. I also joined a headhunting company. We recruited oil and gas professionals for upstream, midstream, and downstream, and did that for a couple years and got pretty burnout. I had two very itty bitties. I had a newborn and a 2-year-old, and it's a very demanding field. And so took a step away from that and really kind of tried to reevaluate what I wanted for my life as a work-life balance. And that was really my goal in finding my next opportunity. I found CGI consequently and kind of went into the interview and said, this is what I want, and this is, my family, and this is what I expect. And they kind of ticked all the boxes for me. I've been at CGI now going on 8 years. CGI is an IT consulting company, so we provide end-to-end software solutions for our clients across many different industries, some of which are oil and gas, healthcare, finance, retail, manufacturing, utilities. We are the 5th largest IT consulting company in the world, actually. We just hit over 93,000 members worldwide. We happen to have one of 7 what we call onshore delivery centers here in Central Texas. We're at about 330 members currently, kind of fluctuates. So I, like he mentioned, I'm here just to kind of support the university. COVID hit us, of course, for our on-campus activities, and so we are, as the campus recruiter, here for Texas, the Northwest, and the West. My, goal is to just really dive both feet, both hands in back into our local universities and just to regain that relationship. And just, I'm here really to support you, kind of hats off, my CGI hat off on how I can support you, whether it's, hey, Steph, I met you. I might not be interviewing with CGI, but I've got an interview coming up and I'm a little nervous. Can you help me? Can I do a mock interview with you? Can you review my resume? I just recently did that for a couple of students yesterday here for Central Texas students. And so I'm definitely here just to support you in any way I can. And also consequently, I do hire people, but I'm also here just to help.
No, it was great. It's my first conversation with Stephanie. I mean, she was just so about connecting and helping on that side, and I was like, no, hire. So no, it's a great approach, and we really appreciate that. Casey?
That's awesome. And I think any of us who are up here, we have a passion for that. So it does go both ways. My name is Casey Coburn. I'm the Director of Recruiting for First National Bank Texas, the big building you see off Central Texas Expressway and its divisions, which is First Convenience Bank, First Community Services, First Heroes National Bank, and First Community Mortgage. We have 330 branches across 4 states, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and Arkansas. Along with that, the mortgage division has 15 locations. We've got a commercial lending division, as well as 8 consolidated offices that are spread across those 4 states that we talked about. We do massive amounts of recruiting volume every year. We had 98,000 applications last year, which is an amazing amount. I fell backwards into HR like I think probably most of us do. Graduated from the University of Texas, put out 1,000 resumes, got a call, ended up working at a bridal salon. Worked at a bridal salon for a year, it closed down. Ended up working as a receptionist at a jewelry manufacturing firm. And, sorry, the watch is, Siri is telling me something as well. And as the receptionist at the manufacturer, I had a lot of contact with our staffing services and headhunters. Just made relationships with them as they came in, and one day my boss was gone, and one of our reps came in and shut the door and said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I'm paying my bills." And he said, "Well, what do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, I want to pay my bills." And he said, "I think you might consider something in recruiting." 20 years later, actually 25 years later, I've been with the bank for 20. Did 5 years of recruiting before that, which was a combination of staffing service, headhunting, which I think we all land in at some point, and temporary service as well.
Kimberly?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kimberly Hartman. I graduated from Texas A&M Central Texas in 2013, and then again in 2016 with my master's. I have been born and raised in this area. I was born on Fort Hood, now called Fort Cavazos. Fun fact, I've never lived anywhere else. I've lived in Coppers Cove, and the farthest is Harker Heights. So I love to travel, but I've never lived anywhere else. Central Texas is my home, and I plan to stay here until I die. But yes, I just say that to say my love for this community runs very deep. My father and mother came here from the military, and I thought I was going to be a military brat, but when they came here, they got out of the military. So I'm a military brat that's never lived anywhere else. So that's what I always start with. But I have been in HR. I actually consider myself an HR unicorn, and I tell this to everyone that I meet, because I actually knew I wanted to go into HR right out of high school. My mother was an HR manager for Sally Mae for 15 years, and my mother is my shiro, and I was just like, I want to be like her. And so when I graduated high school, I immediately went to Central Texas College and then here to Texas A&M. And so I've been in HR going on 19 years. Yes, I'm only 15 years old, as you can see. But yes, I've been in HR going on 19 years, which is crazy to say, but I love everything about it. I started working for the United States Postal Service first, and then did a total 180 and went to the nonprofit sector and worked for the YMCA, and then now I work in tech. I work for Indeed.com, the job site. So you probably either, if you're a job seeker or you're an employer, you've probably interacted with our company at some point. And I actually also teach for Texas. I've taught for Texas A&M as well as an adjunct professor. And then I also teach for SHRM, which is the Society for Human Resource Management. I teach the HR certification classes, HR of One classes, DEI, all of those things. So in my part-time job, I love to teach in professional development. And my full-time job, I am what they call a strategy advisor, which is just a souped-up name for a director. But in tech, we have lots of jargon and lots of different names. So it's called a strategy advisor. And I support HR for HR. So I support our chief people officer and our senior vice president of environmental, social, and governance, or ESG. And I support all things HR and people-related talent management for those two executives at our organization. We have about 11,000 employees. So it's a big job, but I love it. Again, I love everything about HR, and I, just like these ladies have said, I love being able to give back and to be able to, help in any way and support in any way that I can.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask some questions here, and maybe they're framed from a general, but always one of the things I think it's great when you get practitioners is maybe you give the general answer, but you probably got a war story there of that one person, that one incident. So if you got it, share it. That's what when I bring in people to my law school classroom, when we're talking, what's that one case that was just real riveting? And so you've probably seen this one that just, came across, or you're listening. It's like, I can think of, we were doing interviews once for, actually one of our panelists coming up was, I think, in that room, but we were doing interviews for our original founding dean, the position that ultimately went to Larry Garner. And we're asking a dean, it's like, what do you like least about this? What do you think you'd like least about this job? And the person said, well, I'm not a big fan of administrative work. I was like, you're going to be the dean of a college and you're not a fan of administrative work? That's quite possibly the worst answer. I mean, I literally dropped my pen and it's like, we're done. You are done. I mean, instantly. No questions. So those types of deals. So let's start with the resume. All right. And we'll just start with, we'll start with Stephanie and then kind of rotate back through. What are the most common mistakes you see on resumes, and how can applicants avoid them? And then, simultaneously making theirs stand out, because what would you say, 98,000 applications? Okay, that's a big pool you're trying to fight through sometimes, and it's weird. Positions ebb and flow. Like we had one. We did two. We've had a couple of searches. Like one, I thought we'd get a ton of applicants. We got like 10. We had another. I thought we'd get no applicants. We had 35 or 40. We had another one with 100 and something. And so it's just all over the map. So you never know how competitive one's going to be, but you got to stand out in the crowd. So Stephanie, what have you run into?
You're not going to believe this. Hands down, the biggest mistake I see is no phone number and no email.
Yep. No way to contact.
Hands down. And it's so if you apply online, it's a little different, right? So you upload your resume, and then generally there's a box where you put your name and your email and your phone number. So that's fine. But if I meet you on campus and you give me your resume, and I'm excited, right? Like, and I'm the one that I write notes on the back of the resume, and you tell me, and I'm a visual person, so I'll say like, oh, they talked about this and this, or we had a connection with this, so that I can remember, and I'll remember your face. And then I'll get back to the office and I'll start sorting normally by intern or full-time or whatever. And then I'm like, now what do I do? And then if you're not on LinkedIn, and I can't even go find your name on LinkedIn to say, hey, I met you on campus. So believe it or not, hands down, that's the biggest thing I see. And then was there a second part to the question?
Well, yeah, part two is kind of what really attracts you? I mean, some people have these approaches where they make them super artsy,
right?
Or maybe it's something organization, straightforward. I mean, there's a lot of that's always one of the tough things when it comes to resumes is people think themselves resume experts, but I think that they're a lot situational. So
right. So I think that my answer is twofold, and I think some people have differential opinions on this. For me, I think picture on a resume is a no-go, just because that removes any potential bias that somebody might have reviewing your resume. Some people feel differently about that. And then for me, just having a very clear, concise resume. I don't need colors. I don't need a lot of, I think definitely having headers and subheaders is helpful. Having sections with like education, skill set, experience, hobbies even. I think I enjoy when I see hobbies on the resume. It kind of gives me a frame of mind on what you're interested in, but I don't want to talk too much because we've got 3 other wonderful professionals here to answer.
We've got lots of time.
I would absolutely echo Stephanie. The no email or the no phone number or an email address that's inappropriate. I can't tell you the war stories. I want to so bad, but you might want to consider, sexy girl 1319 or whatever at yahoo.com. Like, don't put it on your professional. The egregious things, the typos, the misspelled words. It just automatically it's a tick mark against you, for lack of a better way of saying it. So far as format, I agree with Stephanie. The pictures are scary from an HR compliance standpoint. So we will take almost anybody with a picture and almost turn it over immediately. Or go through and black out the picture so there can't be any, theories that there was some bias there. But something that does stand out, a different format. I love looking at something different just because we look at so many of them. It's all the education, experience, hobbies. Even if you do one part with your contact information on one side and then something on the other side, looking at something different makes you stand out. Just make sure your phone number's on it.
Kimberly.
I definitely agree with everything. The other 2 things that I would call out are specifically jargon, the use of jargon. Especially in tech, there's thousands of different words. Like even at my company now, we have a dictionary of jargon because when I first joined, I was like, I would get emails and I'm like, what are they asking me? I don't know what this is, right? And so you have, because especially if you are in different industries, there is different industry jargon. And so to assume that everyone is going to understand what an OKR is or a KPI is or TLDR, like if you're going to assume that people understand that, you might miss out on a really good opportunity. So make sure that you are spelling out those words or at least including the meaning of those words. The second thing I would say is definitely remove objectives from your resumes. This might be a Kimberly personal opinion, but what I'd rather see and what hooks me when I see a resume is a professional summary. And what the difference between the two, it sounds similar, but there is a difference. It's an objective. You're telling the recruiter or the talent manager what you are hoping to get. You're hoping to get this job. But with a professional summary, you are telling me in 30 seconds or less why I should hire you. And if you hook me with a good line, if you want to stand out, start it with something different, right? You can say, HR rock star, or you can say rockstar project manager. I don't care what it is. Just make sure that you, in those first, at the beginning of your resume, include a good summary about you and what makes you stand out, why I should hire you for this job. Because a recruiter, a talent manager, whoever, they're not going to look at your resume for more than 1 or 2 minutes. You can't. 98,000 resumes in a day. We get hundreds and thousands of applications every day. Our recruiters cannot take there's literally not enough time in the day to thoroughly read every single resume. So to stand out, make sure you have a good professional summary. And if you can, add a line in there about something that's going to hook that person to say, I need to read more about them. I need to learn more about them.
Shayla?
Yeah, I would echo all of these things for sure. I have seen a lot of resumes that'll come through with errors on them, different fonts, different sizes, not lined up. I feel like if you'll really spend time and make that look as best as you can, because it makes you kind of feel like, is their work going to be sloppy? Are they going to send stuff out to clients that doesn't have anyone proofreading it and, having misspelled words or different things like that? So keeping everything aligned. Don't leave gaps in employment out. I feel like there's sometimes I'll get resumes and I'm like, well, what did they do for these 5 years? Like, even if you're a stay-at-home mom, mom or like just kind of put in enough so that you can see exactly what their career history has been. I think, too, keeping it in the chronological, like what are you doing the most recent going down? Sometimes I'll get stuff that, it's like from high school and it's opposite, and then they're just all over the place and you can't follow their actual career track to see what they've done the most recent. Listing their skills, list your education. If you're involved in the community, put those kind of things down. I think it shows like leadership, especially if you are coming out of college and don't really have a lot of job history. Like, have you done really cool projects or different things at school that have given you some extra umph in terms of just your experience or being able to lead something or, having a summer job or doing things like that. Even if it's insignificant, you can still, I think, play to that you've got responsibility. You've worked while you're in school and you've paid your own bills or those are all things I think that really show your credibility towards, wanting to work and being, long-term. I honestly, one thing that, and I know I'm old school probably because I've worked forever, but I like to see where people have been at a company and staying there and being loyal to a company for more than 6 months to a year. Like if I see people that have changed jobs every 6 months or a year, I honestly don't, unless they're just something that I can't live without, I usually will they kind of almost go to the bottom of my pile because we spend probably, $10,000 in our first 2 years on just education and training to get that person where they need to be. I don't want to invest all of that and then have them leave in a year, right? So I look for people who have kind of a long-standing job history. It's just one of my personal things is I like to see that people want to stay with an organization and grow their career there that we can invest in.
Yeah, and I want to throw one in. Sometimes when you're job searching, you're trying to get a job at a time and you're sending out mass deals. But still at the same time, think about the employer you're sending it to because, you may have the same blocks for everybody, but they might want to see the blocks in a different order depending on what the type of company is. That the experience. And that echoes the reverse history where you start with yourself 30 years ago and then finally, start recent, work your way back. And then at a certain point, we don't need 35 years ago. Recent history, it can get too long because we're not going to look at 4, 5, 6 pages. It's, you got to hook us in page 1 there ultimately. So Shayla started hinting at this and got us down this question. But, we've got a bunch of future recent graduates who may not have an in-depth, resume. And so we sort of look, and sometimes I get them and it just, it pops up and it's, oh, this is just a single page. And so, that's a fear that sometimes they have. So what advice do you have for recent graduates or individuals transitioning even to a new field regarding crafting an effective resume with that limited professional experience? I don't have years of work experience. Let's start with Casey this time.
Yeah. There's a couple things with it. And for me, I can tell immediately. I'm like, oh, this is a recent grad. I don't have tremendous expectations that you're going to have 15 years of experience and every qualification that we're looking for. So I would echo Kimberly and start with that professional summary. Recent college graduate looking for an opportunity, and I know it's a little objective-y because we all know, yes, you're looking for, but I like seeing that you recognize that I'm a recent college grad, and here's what I have to offer. If you have something if you have limited professional experience, anything you can add about organizations, led 4 group projects in my Psych 1301 class, anything that shows teamwork, positivity, a willingness to try new things, a willingness to learn something, that all matters a lot to me. So,
yeah, absolutely. Wholeheartedly agree with that. I would say from the transitioning aspect, because especially here in Central Texas, there are a lot of recent grads, but not necessarily new to the workforce. You're just transitioning careers or trying to break into a new career field. I would say focus on those transferable skills because a lot of times, especially now with AI, if you apply online, you're going to have a bot really reading your resume. And what that bot is looking for is those keywords. And if it doesn't see those keywords, your resume probably won't even get in front of a human, right? So even if you don't have experience in the industry that you are searching for that role in, there are transferable skills that you have, things like collaboration, things like project management, things like leadership, right? Customer service, support. Those are all very general and generic things and themes, but can transfer to the role that you are looking for. So if you are looking to, let's say, break into HR, but you're coming from a customer service background, talk about how you collaborate, talk about how you lead, right, in those, and bring those keywords to the forefront, because that's what that recruiter or that talent manager is going to be looking for.
I kind of I jumped the gun on that and said some of that in the resume portion of that, but kind of same things that you guys echoed as well. One thing I found that I do kind of like, if I've been at a career fair, or if I've, somebody that's right out of school and maybe they're applying on LinkedIn to one of my job postings, that they'll do the research and find me and connect with me on LinkedIn, or they'll email me directly, because your email kind of or your resume will kind of get in a mix of things. Sometimes people will put together a really nice email and say how interested they are in my position and send it to me directly, like find my email address online or reach out to me through LinkedIn or something like that when they're interested in my job. And I feel like that kind of stands out too, if they haven't had a lot of experience, but they're just, hey, I'm really eager, I'm getting out of school, I met you at a career fair, I'd love to follow up with you and see if I'd be a good fit for this role or something like that. So just trying to kind of set yourself apart and put yourself out there, even if you haven't had a lot of job experience. A lot of times I think those things, just having a really clear, good resume. People make them on Canva now. You don't have to have it super basic. There's a lot of different tools that you can use to make a really nice resume and have it look really professionally done without having to spend any money on it. So I think just spending the extra time to have a really good resume and following up and being proactive to get your resume in front of the right person, I think helps a lot too.
I think feed off of one thing, one of the things that I've found interesting sometimes, and I wouldn't say it's ever something that swung it, but it's always that I've enjoyed when people take the time, is the thank you note after the interview. That it wasn't just, okay, I expected this, but hey, thank you, I value your time for appreciating, and so you got to think about that. Going back to Charlie, conscientiousness. And what he was talking about, that resonates as a potential colleague in what you want to have. Stephanie?
So in thinking about answering this question, I'm kind of thinking about this more of when talking to somebody, maybe you've gotten to the point where you've gotten your resume through. Can I use an example of somebody that's in the room that did a really good job about this recently? So I'm going to spotlight Jay. So I met Jay last month, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and he brought his resume, which was very, formatted very well. And he kind of, he's here, he's doing great things on campus as campus ambassador, or what is it called? Peer, okay. And so he said, he's talking to me about CGI. Of course, the position was CGI, and he was like, this is my experience I have, and how does this relate? And I was like, no, time out. It totally relates because of what you're doing and the type of position that we're looking for. And so always connecting what you're doing, whether it's on paper with your resume or in person. And a lot of that is thinking really quick on your feet, right? So okay, so you ask the question of what is your company and what is the position you're looking for? And as they're talking, listening, right? Active listening, and thinking about how can I answer this in a way that you hook the recruiter or talent manager or talent director, whoever it may be, into saying in their brain, oh yeah, that they really do fit in this position and what I'm looking for.
All right, let's shift to a couple of questions on interviews here. And I guess we'll start with Kim. Can you provide insight on the types of questions interviewers typically ask and how candidates can prepare compelling responses? And I'll add, some context to this, because it does, I remember, it was 10, 15 years ago. My mom was a public school teacher, and she was like, I'm tired of being in the classroom, but I still want to stay in the ISD, but I haven't interviewed for another job in 20 years. What's going on? And so I had a little conversation with her. I was like, here's one question they might ask you. She calls me the next afternoon and she goes, you're not gonna believe this, because they knew me, they didn't ask a lot of questions. They asked actually one single question. They asked me the question you threw out there. And so I mean, I think that is something we can think through in advance. So let's prepare our students. What do they need to be thinking for? What are those types of questions there in preparing?
Absolutely. So I would definitely say lots of behavioral-based interview questions are probably the most common. And those are like, tell me about a time when, how did you handle X, right? How you can prepare for those is really think about being proactive and taking some thought about the role that you are interviewing for, right? I'm assuming you are going to do your research about the company, which I know definitely we're going to talk about that a little later. But how can you think about how you are solving a problem or how you are going to be able to come in and immediately have an impact in this role? And so when you're thinking about your answers, make sure that you are thinking about how you can come in and solve the problem or how you can come in and enhance whatever the company already has going on. And probably all of you have heard of the STAR method as well, situation, task, action, result, right? Talk about what you did, what the situation was, what was the task, what action you took, right? And what were the results. And if you can, make sure to add metrics to those as well. Talk about what tangible impacts that had. And so when you think about it in that way and you frame your answers in that way, you are demonstrating to the interviewer, you are demonstrating to that hiring manager that I understand what this role is. Because a lot of times people they apply for roles and they're sending out resumes and sometimes you just even forget, like, what did I even apply for? Especially when you're in a position where you just need a job. So trust me, I get it. Mm-hmm. But take that extra 5 to 10 minutes, right? Do a little research, make sure that the role that you are applying for and that you are interviewing for, that you can bring those actionable and those past behaviors and demonstrate how those behaviors are going to make you successful in this role.
Shayla?
Yeah, I would say probably one of the things that we really ask a lot about, we want to understand kind of like people's goals and what they want to do long term. And I think sometimes, I don't want to say they fail at an interview, but they'll come in and kind of almost say like, this is a job just for now and I really want to do this long term. And so that doesn't always pass with my managers because we really want people that want to stay with us for a long time if we're going to bring you on. So even if that is your goal, I probably wouldn't add that. I would probably say, I'd love to be in a role here and work here for, a long time and learn this industry or whatever that may be. But, kind of focusing on, like they said, the job itself of what you're coming in to do. I try to tell people, avoid kind of the negative kind of responses to things. If they ask you questions, behavioral questions or different things about, a time that you failed and what you learned from it, or, working with difficult people or how you responded to those kind of things. A lot of times you may have been working in fast food or working with a customer service role where you've had difficult clients or customers and how you responded to that. We kind of ask a lot of that. They really want to see that you're going to be able to handle yourself professionally and be able to give good feedback on those different types of responses. So I think always trying to stay away from like, I quit this job because I hated my manager and they were, terrible team or whatever. Even if it was that, I would try to come up with some specific responses of how you kind of made maybe a bad situation better, like solutions like they mentioned that you brought to the table, or how you want to grow in your next role. Not that you're just leaving because you didn't like your coworkers and they made you work long hours and things like that. Try to avoid asking questions about like, how many hours am I going to have to work, or when does my vacation start, or when am I going to get my first paycheck? Those are all important things, but they can come later. I would say really focus on selling yourself and making them realize that you are there to be a team player. I tell everyone, you don't know insurance, I get that. We're going to teach you everything you need to know about insurance, but we can't teach you work ethic and how to be a good team player and how to support your teammates and really how to grow in the role. I think that my favorite thing that our last speaker had said was being cheerful. Somebody that is going to be there and be a support to their team and be a cheerful person on the team. I think I look for that most. And, we don't want Debbie Downers that we have to sit next to every day that don't want to be there. And we don't want people who are just going to sit on their phone all day at work. Like, we want people who are engaged and want to be there and want to learn. So when you're sitting in the interview or waiting for your interview, don't just stare at your phone the whole time. Interact with other people, have conversations with the receptionist, be present in your role of what you're going to do and understand the job that you're there to do. And so that you can really speak to that, I think is super important.
That I brought up that last one. I've heard several times that that's actually something a lot of hiring managers do in the interview. They go back out and talk to any staff that got interacted with, and it's like, what were your interactions? And the person, thinks that the people in the room over there asking the questions are most important, but the people in the room are actually valuing what was that interaction with the other individuals outside. Yeah, good point. Stephanie?
Okay, so one thing that I personally like to ask. So CGI does a lot of reporting and research on what makes candidates tick, right? So yes, there's things that we're looking for, but we recognize you as individuals are looking for something for yourself. So a big question we like to ask is, what is important to you in your next position, right? So is it, I want to be involved in community service events. I want to be able to have meaningful and impactful networking opportunities. I want to get paid. And sometimes that's the answer, right? I want a very clear and quick trajectory to vice president. And that's okay. If that's your driving factor, that's okay. I'm in a position where we are a large organization, and so I could say, I'm hiring for project X, Y, and Z. I know that this bunch is like this, and maybe you're really bubbly and really happy, and maybe that's not going to fit in the, you know what I'm saying? So if I ask questions, and I think CGI and I think it depends on what level of the interview process you're in, right? Whether it's first screening or final interview, but really understanding what it is you're looking for. And I have candidates tell me, I don't know, right? And that's acceptable. You could say, I'm just graduating maybe and speaking to people who have not been in any industry yet, I don't know. But what I do know is I'm really passionate about working in a team environment. I want to be able to learn the most I can to make an impactful or be an impactful player within my team. So you're coupling, I don't know with, but guess what? This is what I can bring to the table, and this is what I want. And then for maybe professionals who have already been in industry, or maybe who are retiring from the military, for example, you can say, this was my MOS, and this is what I've done. This is what this is what my major is. This is what I'm graduating with. The reason why I chose this is because of my MOS. This is what I'm good at, and this is what, in your organization, this is what I would want to do, and this is what's important to me to utilize my past skills. And, I hope I answered that.
Yep.
Okay.
Good. Casey?
Interviewing is a skill, and practice. It's hard to predict what is going to be asked. It depends a lot on the position that you're applying for. In some cases, it will be very behavioral based, like Kimberly was talking about. In some cases, it may be incredibly technical, where you come with all of your acronyms and all of those things. But, when you're preparing, practice for everything. Practice for the behavioral based interview. Practice for, you may walk into an interview and it's, your interviewer's sitting back and she just wants to chat, and it's nothing qualification based. I've seen that happen as well, but you need to be prepared for that. Practice with your family. Practice with your significant other. If you have a friend that's an assistant manager at Chick-fil-A and she gets to sit in on interviews, practice on her. Practice in the mirror. I think that's the best way to prepare for interview questions, because we all ask different things based on the role, and the more you do it, the better you get at it.
Yeah, I would add to that, like Google questions and go through and see what they're like good responses, and that whole tell me about yourself. There's so many people that are like they don't know how to tell about themselves. So come up with something a little bit about yourself too that you can say. And one thing I forgot to add that I was going to add to that, dress professionally. There's so many people now that come and they, back then they used to say, wear a suit, wear a jacket, whatever, wear heels. And not necessarily you have to go to that extent, but dress professionally and iron your clothes. Come dressed nice, groomed, so you look professional when you get there. And they can tell that you've put some time and effort into your outfit, and send the thank you note. That goes a long way. I think people don't send thank you notes anymore as much. And so I love a thank you note, because I think it shows it keeps you standing out from the other candidates.
Can I add something to this real quick? And I know it's not on the questions, but we do a lot of video interviews now, just more efficient.
Good.
Treat it just like a face-to-face interview. dress like you would do a face-to-face interview. Make sure your technology is working. I mean, if the company is using Zoom or WebEx or Teams, make sure you already have it downloaded. I mean, as recruiters, we all understand that technical issues happen, but you have such a minimal amount of time to make an impression. You don't want to spend 4 minutes of that trying to get your audio to work, So, sorry.
So you said you wanted war stories really fast.
go
So,
ahead.
because I thought when you said that, when I tell you this is a true story, hand to the Bible. So I had set up this final round interview, mind you. This is a final round, and this gentleman, I'm not going to say the school, but the interviewer opens the screen, and he's on camera, and he's got his earphones in. He's sitting in front of a pizza shop in a T-shirt, eating pizza. Eating pizza. I mean, mortified. And then I get the call. Why did you send this? And I was like, I don't know what happened the third time, but the first 2 times I don't know if he thought he had it in the bag or what. True story. I tell that story all the time.
No, and I think that's we're running into that now. Is the transition you used to have the personal, but the video aspects, and it is. You get to control that environment on your end, so you better have a good environment. I'll say, I try to get students practicing just doing a short presentation on either recorded video or WebEx in my grad classes for that very reason. Some simple things like don't have your ceiling fan running, because that ceiling fan hits against the light, and I mean, if someone, got triggers, it's very distracting. Just posters that are on the wall, have the little screen filter in behind that, it just, some of the environments and some of the things, I know people are going to record these in your home, but I don't want to get that personal with what I'm seeing on that screen, in behind you. Yeah, it is.
I had one of those, those fire alarms that chirp?
Oh.
I had a phone interview last week that was for 45 minutes, and every second, all it did was chirp the whole time, and a dog was barking the whole time. I'm like, I can't even really concentrate because it was so loud. It was right by her phone or something. I'm like, go outside. I didn't tell her that, of course, but think through all those steps before you get on your Zoom or your phone call.
So I'll circle. So my dean candidate who didn't like administrative work. The other thing that they led the interview with was. Apologies in advance if my dogs go off and start barking. We had a moose walk through the backyard, so they're a little on edge. And so we're like, dogs and moose, or I don't know, what do you, meese? I don't know. Mooses. It was, awkward deal. So, okay, I did have one scheduled question, but given a time, I think this is group in particular, questions might come up. So let's turn to questions. I already see one person ready to roll here. Let me roll in with the mic so our at-home audience can.
So with this, we have a lot of online stuff and turning in your resume online. So what's the difference between online resume versus an in-person going to the company and turning that in?
Yeah. So I'm going to really, really quickly. So I had a personal experience with this. My husband and I were both laid off in 2016 with the oil and gas recession. And so I printed out dozens of resumes, and I was going in Houston to these giant business parks and just passing them out. And they were looking at me like I was crazy. Now, that was 8 years ago. I have had several people drop off resumes at CGI. Maybe it's people who couldn't make it to a career fair and they knew I was there or whatever. I can tell you from a personal standpoint, I 100% look at those because nobody's doing that. And so you're really setting yourself apart. It's not an imposition to me. It's not an imposition to the admin assistant who sits at the front door. So I will say I look at those. I don't know about you ladies.
I would say do both, just in case that one doesn't get to the right person. You still have the online one as well, but it's the extra step of walking in and introducing yourself and putting it, especially if it's a local company that you want to. But a lot of people have applicant tracking, and they want that the electronic one that's in their system as well, so that they can go back and pull it, and it makes sure it gets to the actual recruiter if that recruiter's maybe not on site. Like, I do all the recruiting in HR. I kind of am a one-man show, but a lot of these people have like hundreds of locations, and it might not be for that job, and it's in another spot, but they can get it to the right person. So I think both of them would be great.
I completely agree with both. Like in our situation, I have 12 recruiters on the team. So there's a chance that maybe you applied or interested in one location that a recruiter is responsible for that position, but her counterpart may want to look at you for something you haven't even considered you may want. So I would definitely say get it into the system, but man, the personal touch of showing up is great. Yeah.
I have another question here. So I've heard there's a great deal of value in like receiving handwritten letters. So have y'all ever received a handwritten letter from an applicant, and what was that effect you had?
I will definitely say yes. Actually, there was, because we have headquarters in Austin, and so that's the closest office that I go into sometimes. There was someone, after they interviewed, they sent like a cookie crumble box with a thank you note to the office, and it was very nice. It was very generous. It left a lasting impression. So I would definitely say yes. Thank you notes, handwritten notes. I'm not saying go and bribe your recruiters or your talent managers.
Keep it under $20.
Yeah,
That's
there you
usually
go.
the bribe limit.
Keep it very, very low key. But yes, to answer your question, the handwritten note is because it's so rare now. It does stand out. So I would definitely encourage that.
I like a handwritten note as well. At one time, we had one of our owner had interviewed somebody on a marketing role, and they were talking about just different business books. And he always asked, like, "What are you reading?" and what's and they talked about different things. The next day, he came and dropped off at the receptionist like the book that they had. He went and got the book and left it for him with a thank you note. And that guy got the job. Like, he was like, that was really impressive that he went out of his way to find the book that we discussed and brought it to him. So, I mean, you don't have to do that, but I think just standing out, like the handwritten note, is great.
Hi, my name is Jerome Richardson, and I want to know about the telephone interviews. Like that part.
As far as what? What do you mean?
Well, like sometimes when they need a person really fast or whatever like that, they'll call on the phone and say, "Hey, let me talk to you for about 5 minutes" or something like that.
Oh.
My process is everybody that we bring in for an interview, I phone screen and I interview them personally over the phone. I usually spend 30 to 45 minutes with them. I schedule it in advance and I set up a time with them. I go through all of the questions that I have to almost vet to see if they would be a fit for our organization first. So I always do a phone interview before I ever bring them in front of the director and the owner. And so I think you bring your A game to those phone interviews, and it's just as prepared for the phone interview as you are for the face-to-face, even almost more so that you don't sound like you don't know what you're doing, because that's kind of what gets you into the door to do the face-to-face in most cases. I don't know if everybody does phone interviews or not, but I do on every single candidate. I never bring somebody in without phone interviewing them.
Me too, and Jerome, I was going to say, in a lot of cases, if it's a quick one like you're talking about, they probably have a really deep applicant pool. So maybe they've got 30 that they're trying to whittle down to 10. So that phone interview is incredibly important because it's probably a stepping stone to the next step. Yeah.
And maybe a second phone interview or something, like there might be multiple levels of that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, and phone interviews, I mean, they are a part of it because of their quickness. That's one of the things I've struggled with. I've had some of my worst interviews ever because of the lack of context sometimes, because you can't get that verbal connection. So it's just like the email. So you got to really, unfortunately, choose your words very carefully. I remember the last one I did, I finished it, and it was so bad that I was like, I really hope y'all don't call me back, and tempt me with a job offer. This is, I guess, when I was interviewing for this position to move here like 16 years ago at another Texas institution. But oh my gosh, it was we just had a complete disconnect. All right, one more, Ruben.
Would you mind giving some advice on our students who are writing their resume? Of course, you'll write specifically for if you're applying directly for a job, but when they go to a career fair and there's 30 recruiters there, what would be the best advice for them to have more of a generic resume?
Okay, so what I've seen, and I don't, because I go to career fairs all semester, all across the United States. What I see happening when you don't do a general resume and you try to do like engineering, IT, healthcare, especially if you're like a business administration major or something like that, you get confused and you get flustered. Maybe you have one folder and you've got two pockets, and so then you end up giving me a healthcare related one and I'm IT. I'm going to say for me, I don't care, just general, again, to the objective versus professional summary. If you've got that professional summary, then you're not honing in specifically on, I want to be an IT professional because XYZ. So I think it's perfectly acceptable to have that general statement so that you're not kind of putting your foot in your mouth, because then, like, for example, I went to Colorado to University of Boulder, and I was by myself. We didn't think there was going to be that many people, so nobody came with me, and I pulled 212 resumes. And so I had to go back and like sort them, and there was some that were completely unrelated, and so I just kind of pushed them to the side versus if it was maybe more general. Because if you give me a resume that says I want to be a mechanical engineer, well, I don't have a mechanical engineer position for you, right? So
Yes.
I just want to go back just a second because I just want to be very, especially in the age of technology, it happens, but when you're in the phone interviews, when you're on Zoom, make sure that you hang up. Okay? I cannot tell you how many stories where you think that you have pushed the end button on your phone, or you think you have pressed it on Zoom or Teams, and someone has continued a conversation outside of, and talked about the interviewer, talked about how the company was trash, and I just need a job for 2 seconds, and all of these things. Like, make sure it happens more often than you think. So I just want to, when I thought about it, I was like, no, I need to let you know. Please make sure you hang up. Make sure that it is and the call has ended. Okay.
So really, really quickly. So it wasn't necessarily after they hung up, but I had a person who their wife was telling them the answers. And I mean, like, I was on, tell me a little bit about yourself. She's like, tell her that you like to go hunting, and tell her that you're a really good father and that you enjoy learning. And I'm hearing this one, and I'm like, like trying to get, the whole interview, but it was so awkward because it was like 25 second pauses, and then he'd be like, and he would say what she said. So I'm telling you, I would rather you have a lack of confidence and try your best than have your wife or your husband or your, seriously. He didn't get another chance.
Yeah, microphones are really good now. So they pick up background noise very well and better than you think. So be very, very careful.
All right, this is our last one here. Yeah, you made it. Just under the wire.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Ward. My question is there a difference between, I know earlier it was spoken about how you can do a resume on Canva, and there's also, you can do it on Word. There's different ways where you can create a resume. If I'm submitting that virtually or online, and there's the ATS that is tracking it, does it make a difference as far as picking up those keywords? If I structure it on Canva and it's not structured, section by section by section, and I have it set up differently so that it appeals to the eye, although still in a professional manner, but it does appeal to the eye differently, will the ATS pick that up to be able to pick up on those keywords?
So I will definitely answer that because my company, that's pretty much, we are an ATS as well. So I can tell you for sure, yes, it does make a difference. Every ATS is not the same, so I won't say this as an absolute, right? But what I will say is be very careful on, if you're going to use Canva and make like a really visually pleasing resume, make sure that those graphics are not too close to the text, because when you upload it, all ATSs are not going to process them the same way. So the way it looks to you, and it may look wonderful, and it's uploaded and it gets to the other side and to the recruiter or the talent manager, your picture or the graphics can be at the top or cut off at the bottom, and then the words are splayed out and things like that. So yes, while resumes are super visually appealing, online, I would definitely recommend use a more simpler resume, so that way all of the information, the pertinent information, is getting through correctly and correctly formatted.
And I personally don't like getting resumes just in Word. I like it if they save it as a PDF because I feel like when I send it to people, it's kind of got, you know how Word shows you all the squigglies of like, not errors, but like paragraph stuff or different things or whatever it catches. And sometimes it's a little bit off, where PDF, it's like locked and it looks good of how it's supposed to look, and it doesn't get distorted or anything too, in my system anyway.
Hi, my name is Cece Thomas. Just a quick question. What is ATS?
See, there we go, jargon, my bad. So it is an applicant tracking system is what an ATS. So if anyone uses like Indeed or ADP or Workforce Now or Workday, things like that, those are the systems that most companies use to track and house applications as they come in for recruiting purposes.
I'm going to add a quick thing too. If you guys are using a link in some way for your resume, maybe you created one on Indeed or something like that, be careful, because if you attach the link in the ATS, sometimes it won't open in the applicant tracking system. So I highly recommend use a PDF or a Word as an actual attachment to your application versus sending a link.
If you use the template like on Indeed, which are great to build it out, they have like spaces that'll say your job here or whatever. I've seen so many resumes that come through and they don't write something and they leave that text in there, and it's like terrible. So make sure go in and take out like the template portions of it. Don't write next to it or beside it. Like take all that out and fill it in so that it's your information, not the template pieces. Like look for that as you go through it so that you don't leave any of those template pieces on there.
Well, this was one that certainly resonated. We can see from the level of comment. We could have maybe made the whole conference on this very topic alone. But the good news is, I know all four of these people would welcome questions at a later point in time. So you can find them, follow up, and they would happily answer questions at another time. And we will be bringing these same individuals back in the future for Connected Like. We're going to do some resume practice at some point. We'll do some interviewing. We're trying to restructure things a little bit. But thank you so much for coming out. All right, so a couple more drawings here. COBA Prize Pack Rose. And Amazon Guillermo. All right. Well, we have our final panel of the day. We still got one more speaker during lunch. So this is focused on career. We've been talking a lot about getting a job, what you do. There's another aspect of what you do in life, and that's the life of an entrepreneur. Some people don't want to work for someone else. Some people want to work for themselves. Sometimes in this day and age, it becomes a part of it. One of the things that I've been listening to a lot of economic data is we talk about there's more jobs growing, but so many of those jobs are part-time jobs, and they're jobs that are getting stacked. That someone's doing this, and they're adding this also, and they do two or three things. Well, one of those side things could be an entrepreneur. Years ago, I would have never thought I would have ever been an entrepreneur at any point in my lifetime. But I think I've technically had 5 or 6 different small sole proprietorships, nothing wildly successful. In fact, Kayla just left. One of the things I used to do, I was a fishing guide, and her and her husband went out with me a couple times years ago. But that aspect, that entrepreneurial aspect, may be something that you're interested in. So that's the focus of our next panel. And panelists, please come on up. So I'll just identify them as they're coming up, taking their seats, and then they're going to tell you a little bit more about themselves. Gentlemen, I've just met recently, but had some fantastic conversations and done some really impressive work down in south of us here, Roop Gopani with Blue Acre Development. Heather Nussbaum. Heather and I go way back. She was an MBA student of mine. Well, a couple years ago. Well, see, we were talking about, I don't think you were quite in the room yet. You were on, when we did the first Dean, you were on that interview. We talked about the disastrous interview with that guy in Alaska or something with the moose, and then said he didn't like administrative work and all that. It was just, yeah. Then Miriam Barraza is joining us. She's an alum also with the Central Texas Business Resource Center, and then our own Dr. Angela Patrick. So just leading off this particular session, I just want each of you, I gave you name only, but I want you to tell the audience a little bit about yourself and what led you to be an entrepreneur or involved in entrepreneurial efforts. Just kind of talk about that aspect a little bit. What's your story with entrepreneurship? Start with Roop. Yeah. Use your microphone so they can pick you up on the audience, please.
Going first is always scary. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here and speak in front of all of you. As Lucas mentioned, my name is Roop Gopani, and I'm the founder and CEO of Blue Acre Development. Blue Acre is a real estate investment company focused on developing commercial real estate and residential subdivisions across Central Texas. Growing up, I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. My parents were entrepreneurs. My grandparents were entrepreneurs. I even had aunts and uncles who were business owners. So business was something I was always surrounded by. And naturally, I was interested in being an entrepreneur myself. I just didn't know how, when, what. Because of my interest in business, I decided to go to business school. I attended the NYU Stern School of Business up in New York City, where I majored in finance and economics. And while I was in college, I did a number of internships to explore my various interests and gain experience to see what I might be interested in pursuing one day as an entrepreneur. I worked at a startup in Silicon Valley. I worked in the wealth management division at MetLife. I even did an internship at a hedge fund in New York. After those 4 years and all of those experiences, I still wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to pursue. I wasn't ready to take that leap as an entrepreneur, start my own venture. So I decided to take a job on Wall Street, and I became an analyst at Barclays. 2 years goes by. I've got a great career on Wall Street. I'm living a great life in New York City. And around the same time, my parents had recently moved to Austin. It was March, South by Southwest was happening, and so I decided to visit my parents, see our new house, and go to South by Southwest. It was during that trip, on one of those days, that my dad asked me if I wanted to visit the land site with him. He was going to have a meeting there with the entire team, and I thought, hell, why not? I had a free afternoon. I can remember this day like it was yesterday. I get out of the car, and I instantly just sink into this grass that's about waist high. I'm wearing khaki pants and suede shoes, and the guy in front of me is telling me to watch out for rattlesnakes. Now you have to imagine, I'm coming from New York and I'm wearing a suit and tie every day, and this guy's telling me to watch out for rattlesnakes. It was complete fish out of water. But it didn't matter. I was really just captivated by what I was hearing in that meeting. The vision, the creativity for how these developers wanted to build this retail center and these office buildings, where they were going to place them, why they were going to place them there, what the design was going to be, who they were going to serve in the community. I knew right then and there that this was something I was interested in. So I have a great trip, fly back to New York, and after thinking it over for a few more days, I decide this is something I want to jump into. So I quit my job on Wall Street. I moved from New York to Georgetown, Texas, and shortly after I started Blue Acre. Fast forward 5 years to the present, Blue Acre is developing industrial parks, office buildings, retail centers, residential communities all over Texas. We currently have over $100 million in development in the pipeline, and we're continuing to grow.
I got to visit some of it. It's pretty impressive.
Hi, as Lucas said, I'm Dr. Angela Patrick. I am a faculty member here at TAM-UCT, and one of the courses I teach is entrepreneurship. I grew up in a family-owned business, also known as free labor to my parents. But I feel that I always had an entrepreneurial mindset and constantly looking for that next opportunity. My current company is Drawn Aviation. I had a very interesting conversation with a pilot who was working with a similar company up in Dallas. And I recognized that there was going to be an influx of high-level businesses in this areas and executives that needed to get to remote areas very quickly and efficiently without having to deal with flight delays, schedules, and securities. So I did understand that there's an elevated price that comes with this, and that the most important thing that I'm selling is time, because time is a very valuable resource for these individuals. Also, the City of Temple just spent $10 million on a brand new FBO.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Marian Barraza. I work for the Central Texas Business Resource Center. We are housed in the Workforce Solutions. I am a business counselor and also an entrepreneur. And it's funny because I was hired for my current position by Heather. So familiar faces, but yeah.
Networking, we talked about networking.
Absolutely. And now I send referrals to her for her business. So, but yeah, very happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
And just take a minute. I would like you to expand on the Business Resource Center, because that's a resource for entrepreneurs that, honestly, as much as I've been here, I didn't know a lot about. And I've visited with Alicia and run it again. One of those things, you run into her at people at another event, and you kind of go, "Oh, I didn't know this is there." And then I went and met with Alicia, and so that's for those people thinking about it. Talk a couple minutes about that aspect.
Absolutely. So the Central Texas Business Resource Center, we are funded. We're a nonprofit. We're funded by the Greater Clean Chamber of Commerce. We're funded by the Workforce Solutions, of course. We're housed in their building. And we're also funded by Central Texas College. So the three entities together form the partnership, and they fully fund our department so that we can provide our services free of charge to our customers. What we do on a daily basis is that we assist individuals who are thinking of starting a business, or even if they already have a business, we help them as far as like application assistance. We're all information and education resources. So everything business, we talk business every day, all day. So when it comes to explaining if somebody wants to start an LLC, what are the benefits, the pros and cons of an LLC versus a sole proprietor, we kind of go in depth as to explain, hey, maybe the LLC is not right for you right now. Maybe let's start small as a sole proprietor, see how things go. Later on, you can transition to an LLC. So we provide that education to the customer. There is a lot of information out on the internet, but what we try to do is kind of narrow down that information, because there is just so much out there, and we can't tell you like how many times we've heard, I heard that there's a free LLC, so I went and registered my business in California, my LLC in California, so I don't have to pay anything for it, but I can still, operate here in Texas. Unfortunately, that's not how it works, because it may be free. Somehow you got a special and you got to register for free, but it is an $800 renewal fee on a yearly basis. So it is really good to be, informed to make the best decision for you as an entrepreneur. So that's basically a little bit of what we do. We talk about grants. We talk about, business loans. We talk about, do you need a tax ID for your business? Do you need the EIN right now? Make sure you don't pay for an EIN or a tax ID. It's always free. Fortunately, if you Google, apply for an EIN, you're probably going to click on one of those sponsor links. They're going to charge you a fee to apply for the EIN on your behalf. When, if you're on the irs.gov website, it's completely free. It's just a number, kind of like the business social to identify your business. Should never pay for that. But yeah, we try to narrow down the information as much as we can. My coworker likes to call it, people get information from TikTok Central and YouTube University, which I always laugh when she says that. But there's a lot of information out there, but keep in mind, some of those individuals are in a different state. The type of business that they're in may be different from, what you want to do. So some of the things may not apply. We hear a lot about, talk to your government officials and stuff like that to ask for funding. 99% of the time, they're going to route you back to our office or, the Small Business Development Center. But yeah, not to go too much into length, I just want to kind of give you an overview of what we do. And our services are free of charge, free 99, minus the 99.
And that's a key, yeah. It's a free resource, and there's I was amazed at how much information. We talked earlier about jargon. Sitting down with Alicia, I'm jotting notes as fast as I can, and there's so much jargon with all the different programs and things like that, but they'll walk you through it all. Heather?
My name is Heather Nussbaum, and it's kind of funny because we're kind of opposite ends of the spectrum here. So I grew up, and the main thing I never wanted to be was my own boss. Never wanted to be my own boss. So I joke because I also never wanted to be in politics, and I was in politics adjacent for 15 years on top of that. So as an adult, I kind of failed at what my childhood expectations were. I have worked in the accounting field for 30 years plus. I got into that because I figured someone was always going to need someone to count their pennies. So I was always going to have a job. I dumb lucked into, I actually really like accounting. I also like tax. I'm a little crazy, but that's okay. I started my first business while I was working full-time as a vice president of 5 nonprofits. And it was Nut Tree Fitness. And at the time that I did it, it was a hobby. That's all I was doing it for. I had been in pain my entire life due to some knee issues, and I accidentally fixed my problem and completely got myself out of pain. And I thought, well, that was kind of crazy. Like, I'm an accountant. How did I do that? I have no idea what I did. But I always like to learn, so I'm like, I bet I could figure out how to do this, and then I could help other people. I created a new modality of canine fitness that I integrated into helping people get out of pain, and I started the business. I started it because it was a hobby. We didn't have brick and mortar or anything like that. After a summer outside in the heat and in places that didn't have AC, I told my husband, I don't care if it's a hobby, I'm going to get a brick and mortar location. So we got a brick and mortar location, and now I'm like, okay, I kind of have a business now. Like, this is no longer just a hobby. I went from that to the middle of that year that we decided to go brick and mortar. A good friend of mine had been very, very ill for multiple years, who owned the local massage school here in Killeen. And at the time, I was over the Business Resource Center, and I was talking with my friend, and I was like, you really need to like close the business or sell the business. Like, health-wise, it's not good for you to still be doing this. So I went to one of my counselors at that time and said, hey, I need you to go talk to him and help him close the business, sell the business, whatever works for him. But I need you to go at him sideways, not telling him what to do, but I need you just to help him figure out what he's going to do. And he did. And my employee came back to my office and said, yeah, I went and I talked to Ted. You and Eric should buy the business. I'm like, that is not why I sent you over there. I said, Business 101. I literally just went brick and mortar with a brand new business that nobody understands in January, and this is June. I'm like, Business 101, you don't buy a second business in the same year. That's crazy. My husband was in Korea at the time, in the military, and I called him and I said, you will never believe what Marty said. And I tell him, and my husband goes, oh, well, should we buy it? I'm like, okay, so apparently this is a testosterone issue. I said, are you crazy? And in December, we owned the massage school. So the massage school was kind of by accident, but I decided that if we were going to do that, my husband was going to be retiring from the military shortly, and he was going to need something to do in retirement that gave him flexibility, that he didn't have to go to. If he was having a bad day and couldn't go to the office, that he had that option. That he could go to the office and he could manage that and he could still do stuff and not lock himself in the house and never leave his computer in office again. So we did that. And about 6 months later, I convinced him it was his idea to get a massage therapy license. And I also decided that same year to start the bookkeeping, accounting, and tax company, because that's what my background was in. That's what I really enjoyed doing. I like doing the other stuff, but if I was going to have a business, I felt I probably should have an accounting business. So then I now have 3 businesses, and I never intended to have a business. So that was kind of interesting. And about 2 years later, made the decision that there wasn't enough Heather to go around when I was sitting in an airport in Austin, and I went from a full-time employee running 3 businesses that I owned on the side to retiring. Everyone tells me, you retired. I'm like, I don't think I feel like I retired. But I no longer work for somebody else. I now have the 3 businesses.
All right, so, I think, getting into business, sometimes people do have it by accident, but, others, very much a plan. But as you get into it, as you became entrepreneurs, what were some of your biggest challenges when you got started off, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, I faced a lot of challenges when I first started my business. One of the simplest challenges was just learning to drive again. I was living in Manhattan for 6 years. I hadn't driven a car. And let me tell you, Northeast driving is very different from Texas driving. I would get on the highway in my sedan. I'd be going 65 miles per hour, and a pickup truck would just fly by me at 90 miles per hour. I didn't know if the car was trembling or I was shaking. So I was scared every time I hit the road first 2 months. Actual business challenges, I think one of the biggest challenges I faced was just learning an entirely new industry. I had a great background in finance and investing, but I knew little about the development process, specifically civil engineering and construction. So in order to learn, I really just threw myself into the deep end. It was really initiation by fire. I would meet with civil engineers, contractors, architects every week for those first few months, and I would just listen, and I would ask them questions. And through that process, over the span of a few months, I would start to pick up the jargon. I would pick up the language, and eventually I started to get it. And so that was a learning curve. Another obstacle for me was just my age. In real estate development, people often refer to you as being young when you're in your early 40s. I was in my mid-20s when I started my business. So I was always the youngest person in the room, and I would often be leading meetings where everyone around me was twice my age. And that could be intimidating. But over time, I learned that it's really not about your age. Age is irrelevant. It's really about knowledge. If you're knowledgeable about your subject matter, people will listen to you. They will follow your lead. They will give you the respect that you deserve. And so knowledge is very important.
Angela?
Sure. So I have had businesses in the past that have failed, and so I was able to bring many of those lessons learned into this new venture. But I really had three main challenges for Drawn, and one, similar to you, I had to learn as much as possible about an industry I knew nothing about. And I had to do it in a short amount of time to make good decisions. And so I know more about FAA regulations than I ever wanted to at this point in my life. Another thing was I had a ton of questions, and finding the right people to actually answer those questions and getting people to call me back. I will say persistence is key, especially in that. And probably the third thing, the numbers had to make sense, making those numbers work, from the financing to the depreciation schedule to pricing. Just remember that Excel is your friend and not your enemy. So my Excel spreadsheets were crazy.
Mary?
I would say, from my personal perspective, being an entrepreneur, I do have a business currently. One of the most challenging things was marketing, because I had no idea how to start, where to start. I mean, I had some form of idea, but not really. I was really trying to find those strategies to build our clientele. And, it's hard not to get discouraged the first couple of months, but then it is also very rewarding once you see that you are starting to get customers, that it may have taken them 2 months to call you after you handed them your card or your flyer, whatever it is. But those customers will come. It's just a matter of learning which strategies you need to use for your marketing. People do get discouraged pretty quickly. It's like, what's going on? I've delivered, 500 flyers and I'm not getting any calls, or maybe 1 or 2 inquiries is just not enough. Just keep in mind that those customers will come to you. It's just a matter of time. But don't forget that every day you should be doing something as far as your marketing. Every day you should be doing something, whether it's word of mouth, just telling someone, hey, I have a business, this is what I do. Maybe you're not interested, but you know someone that's interested. So really, word of mouth is the best advertisement. But every day you should be doing something to promote your business. from our customers' perspective, I would say funding seems to be one of the biggest issues. A lot of people start or think of starting businesses when they're going through a life transition. So let's say they got, laid off, for example, and they're like, well, what if I was to start my own business? What if I work for myself and I don't have to, deal with the 8 to 5 and you're a minute late and, getting in trouble, all that kind of stuff. But is it really the right time? That's really the question you have to ask yourself. Is this the right time? Because, we get a lot of customers, and no offense, but there are customers who are like on unemployment benefits, and they want to use, some of that money to set aside or something like that. Again, is this the right time? Is it going to cut off your benefits once you start your business? So that's something to think about. Is that really, the route you want to go? Again, is this the right time? But as far as marketing was one of our biggest challenges.
So because I have the 3 companies, each company had its own unique challenges for me. Nut Tree Fitness, the biggest challenge for me there was I intentionally went into that with the idea that I was going to be starting a business with an idea that most people didn't even understand. I would tell people like we do canine fitness, and they would be like, I don't understand, like you train dogs? And I'm like, no. I'm like, actually, I don't train dogs at all. It's not one of the things we offer. But I network, and I'd give them the list of people. But the education, the marketing of being able to teach people, like, what does it mean to have a canine fitness facility? What does it mean that our primary focus is exercise therapy? No, I'm not a personal trainer. Okay, so technically I am a personal trainer, but but that's not what we do. That we work towards helping people to improve their quality of life, whatever that looks like to them. And that was a really hard thing to get across to people because they understood physical therapy. And they understood dog training, and they understood a personal trainer, but they didn't understand that we were. And so we, even to this day, I mean, the fitness facility has been in existence for 10 years, and we still have to explain to people, like, what does that mean? Like, I don't understand. I don't have a perspective to apply that to. We've just gotten really good at explaining it. The massage school, because Ted had been sick for so long, one of our very first challenges was the rebranding. So we had to go in and basically rebrand so people understood that the problems that had occurred in those last 2 years when he was really ill and the management of the facility had been kind of bouncing around to different people, that those didn't exist anymore. That we were a new organization. And ironically, I literally just had to explain that last week to a company because they don't allow massage schools to get this special discount if they're affiliated with another company. And so they kept saying, well, but this Phoenix Awakening Massage. I'm like, that's the school's name. They're like, no, the school's name is a New Beginning School of Massage Colleen. I'm like, they're both their names. It's a branding thing. I'm like, we go by both, but we primarily go by a New Beginning School of Massage now. And then the other was similar. Like, I had to learn the industry. I did not have a background in massage therapy. Like, I understood it because I had received it. I had no idea what it meant to, like, actually do the action of a massage. So I am coming into this, and I had a background in education, and so I'm looking at the curriculum going, oh, this is bad. Like, that's not how the brain works. That's not how you learn things. Like, I had a big history in neurological study and things to that effect. And I'm like, so that's the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to figure out how to fix this. But I couldn't fix it because I didn't understand 3/4 of the curriculum. I didn't understand that half the curriculum was massage theory, and I didn't even know what half these words meant. So I had to go into it trusting the instructors that I was either had on staff that I inherited or that I hired once I went on to be straight with me when I was asking them questions and not just give me answers that I wanted to hear, so that I could build it. It was one of the reasons I convinced my husband that he needed to become a massage therapist and that it was his idea, because it's a lot harder than you think to convince somebody of that. Because we'd also run into the problems of I would have an employee that I wanted to discipline. Okay, well, guess what? If they turn in their termination right there as I'm disciplining them, I wasn't a massage therapist. By the state rules, I had to be a massage therapy instructor in order to go in and teach this class. Well, that makes disciplining employees really challenging. So, there was all of those extras that we had to do. And by the time I got to the bookkeeping, accounting, and tax, nut tree bookkeeping, accounting, and tax, there just wasn't enough Heather anymore. I was way beyond my limitation of how many hours in a day there were. By that point, I was literally doing the whole, okay, I've got an hour at lunch today. I'm going to run to my other business and see a client, and then I'm going to change clothes, run to my other business and see a client over here, fix a problem. The toilet's backed up, and somehow that's my problem versus somebody who's at the office because I'm the owner. And then I would have to change clothes again to run someplace else to have an executive meeting. And it was just getting to the point where there wasn't enough Heather anymore. And that's one of the things I hear from a lot, and I've heard for years and years of people saying, you do the full-time job so you can still cover the bills, but you need to make sure that when you decide that you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to cut bait and move forward. And it's scary. And I know very few entrepreneurs that will say, I did it when I should have. Most of them will say, I should have done it sooner. I held on to the full-time job too long. It affected my day-to-day operations of my company.
I want to interject this question. It wasn't one I gave y'all beforehand. But one of the things they talk about is the life of an entrepreneur. And, sometimes people go, oh, it's great. I get to work for myself. And so I just talk a little bit about that aspect of it, that sometimes people think that flexibility is a positive. Maybe it is. You've got flexibility, but it's not less hours, is it? Rube, you want to say? Yeah, that's all that was.
No. It's definitely not as sexy as people would make you think it is. Yes, you have flexible hours, but you don't really have flexibility because you're trying to move your business forward constantly. You're trying to move projects forward. You're trying to lead a team. And if you're not leading the team, then they're not working. They're not executing on your mission or your vision. So you're constantly, I joke with some of my friends, they'll say, hey, Roop, do you want to go on vacation? Let's go on spring break, or let's go on summer vacation. Let's go do this. Let's go to Mexico. And I'll tell them, guys, I don't know if I can take off. I need to be here. This is my first priority. I need to make sure I have all these people. I'm not only responsible for myself, but I'm responsible for all of my employees and all my external employees. If I'm not here, driving the boat or driving the car, who is? So it's sometimes it's misleading when people say that you have flexible hours and it's this amazing lifestyle. You're going to become a billionaire in a few years. No, it's a little bit more involved than that. It does take a lot of time, a lot of effort, and your priorities tend to shift as an entrepreneur. You really do kind of put your business first over your sort of vacation schedule or some of your personal endeavors.
I will say no one is going to care as much about your business as you do. And so I have been on the side of the road trying to fix scheduling issues, and especially in the beginning, you're all the O's, right? The CEO, the CFO, COO. I mean, you're putting out fires left and right, especially working here full time and then trying to manage this business. It's definitely been a feat. Still trying to figure that out.
I would say finally, some people that I can relate to that go through all the multitasking, the long hours. It can be exhausting. You can feel drained. But at the end of the day, you just got to remember why you're doing it. The fact that you want, the financial rewards from this, the additional workload that you're taking on, I guess the legacy that you want to leave for your family. Just make sure your kids are on the same boat, though, because they don't always want to take over your business. Maybe that's not what they want to do. And we see it a lot. We get customers at the Business Resource Center, and they're like, well, I'm starting 6 businesses for my kids, And one of them's gonna be photography, the other one's gonna be this, the other one's gonna be that. I'm like, and is that what your child wants to do? You know, gotta make sure that that is, you know, one of their passions, that they wanna take over the family business. One of my examples that I can use is restaurants. My mother opened a restaurant when I was about 16. I was still in high school. And ever since, I worked as a waitress, cashier, going to the bank, doing whatever they needed me to do, you know, wearing all the different hats in the business. I still have nightmares about, you know, I have a lot of people and I can't manage and I'm over here sweating and I'm like, I do not want to own a restaurant. That is not what I want to do. So if they would have left me a restaurant for me to take over, I would kindly decline. But it is a lot of work. It is long hours. My colleague Alicia says, well, I like my freedom on the weekends. I don't want to, you know, take on another business at this time because I want to travel. That's just not what I want to do. So it's, you know, one of the things you have to think about is this, are you willing to take on the additional workload on top of everything else you already have? Are you willing to sacrifice family time? You know, like Rupi said, like going out to vacations with your friends and things like that. I mean, it's something to really think about. Is that what you really want to do?
Yeah, this is a funny one for me because the number of, you know, commentary that I've had over the years, basically everything everybody here has said. I did not come from a background of anybody in my family being their own boss or doing anything like that. Everybody I worked for the company from the time I was 18 until I, you know, retired or whatever. So I ran into a challenge that I would have never foreseen, and that was when COVID hit. So the state closed down on March 17th. And on the evening of March 17th, my dad called me and said, well, you should file a bankruptcy and close the businesses. I went, could we wait 24 hours at least? Give it a second. And it wasn't because he wasn't being supportive. He didn't understand. And all he knew was there was this really bad thing that happened and everybody was telling you close the business, so that's the direction I should go. I should just close the business. And it was really challenging because that created an entire conversation that if I called my dad for the I just need to vent, I had to be really careful about what I was venting about because his solution was close the business. And I'm like, that's really not the help I need. I just need you to grunt, okay? Let's try grunting. I still, to this day, have friends that will call me and we'll be talking and I'll be like, oh, well, you should come down. Like, there's this or that going on, or we can go do this. And they're like, well, are you going to leave and go do that? I'll be like, well, what do you mean? Like, I'm saying, do you want to go do this? They're like, well, you're just going to work the whole time. I'm like, well, when I visit you and you're on call, like, you work. It's no different, but it is because you don't go to an office where somebody else owns it in their eyes. So it's different for them. They don't see it as a 9-to-5 job. They see the glory ideas of you set your schedule, you do this, you do that. And I will say there is an aspect of that. Like there is an aspect of, you know, I'm officially done for my day and I have no meetings for the rest of the day, or I'm going to reschedule them and I'm going to go home for the rest of the day. I don't need anybody's approval to do that. That took me a few years to get through my brain after being in corporate America for a really long time. But it was challenging. Working with my husband, that's fun. Working with your spouse is an entirely different idea than just going into business by yourself or with a partner. I work with businesses across the spectrum in my bookkeeping, accounting, and tax company, and I do a lot of business counseling for them because of my history. And it's funny because if you partner with somebody, then it's one relationship. You may spend more time with that partner than you do with your spouse, but if it's your spouse that is your business partner, one, you're never apart again. Nobody loves their spouse that much. I don't care what they say. It takes practice. One of the very first things I did before we officially took Nut Tree Fitness from a hobby to an actual business was to read, well, technically I didn't read the article, I read the highlighted sections, but I gave it to my husband and made him read it. There was like a 6-page write-up about all of these couples who had gone into business together and now they were divorced. And that's not uncommon. Think about just the normal stressors of life, and now you add an entrepreneurship. You own a business that you are now responsible for every single employee. You now have financial obligations that are above and beyond what even a traditional marriage has, and you still have all of those normal family stressors. But it's been very intentional. Like, we very intentionally do things like, I have to train my staff, especially when we get new staff, on the fact that if you tell my husband something, don't assume he told me. Like, we do not go home and compare notes. Very frequently, we go home and go, but we're not at work anymore. It is a rule that we try not to talk about work at home. It doesn't always apply, but that's a whole nother spectrum.
I want to combine maybe a couple of the questions I gave you here. What advice do you have for aspiring entrepreneurs who may be hesitant to take that leap into starting their own business? And I think relatedly, you can also approach it from the standpoint of what were some of those lessons and insights you learned that you would do differently maybe the second time around?
I think one of the lessons was, don't focus too much on perfection. Your product, your service does not need to be perfect on day one. You are going to learn over time, and you will get that opportunity to sort of refine your product and service over time. But also, don't think everything you do needs to be perfect as well. As an entrepreneur, as a business owner, sometimes we put a lot of pressure on ourselves because we're financially invested, we're emotionally invested. Obviously, our careers are tied to this, and we think, oh, this email has to be perfect, or my website has to be perfect before I launch it, or this post on social media has to be perfect before I post it. It's important to act and just realize sometimes speed is more important than having that sort of having everything be perfect on day one. Another thing was, I think, networking. Networking is extremely important in business. Building relationships is extremely important. So take advantage of networking events. Take advantage of going to conferences like this one. Take advantage of going to meetups. You never know who you're going to meet. You never know who you're going to connect with. And you never know what opportunities might arise from some of those meetings. The other thing I would just say quickly is, as an entrepreneur, I think it's really important to trust your gut and trust your intuition. Listen to everybody, collect input and advice from everyone. But when it comes time to make a decision and it's not clear cut, trust your gut, trust your intuition, because at the end of the day, that's really your compass. And believe in yourself. Believe in your vision, believe in your intuition. If you believe in yourself and you have that confidence, you'll be more likely to act.
So my advice would be to, take those small steps. Those small iterations can make the biggest difference. And also understanding that an idea does not necessarily translate into a business opportunity. So due diligence is really, really important. Do your research. Seek mentorships. Leverage your resources. There's so many free resources available, either with the SBA, SBDC, the Business Resource Center. They will help you develop your business plan. I mean, those are great resources that are out there, but they're so underutilized. And I was going to say the same thing. Above all else, you have to believe in yourself. Kind of my lessons learned, it's okay to fail, but fail early. I look at success and failure as the same thing, right? If you they're both stepping stones. If you step on success, you keep going forward. But if you step on failure, you can't stop that roadblock. You have to pivot. You have to keep going. I think that's really, really important. And I'm going to bring up partnerships. If you go into a partnership, just understand it's like a marriage and it can end in bitter divorce. So make sure your partnership agreements are there. There's clear communication and those expectations are there.
All right. Well, my advice to aspiring entrepreneurs would be to do your research. The more you know, you can make a better informed decision. There will always be some risk that you're willing to take, but ultimately, you have to be willing to take the risk. But of course, if you do your research and you're better prepared to launch your business, even if you fail, like you said early on, it's better than, not even trying. So I think that if you educate yourself, and it's okay to want to, kind of learn from other entrepreneurs, ask them, what are some of the challenges you've had, what tips would you give me? And, it could be different for everyone because, someone may have this type of business. It may not necessarily apply to what you want to do, but at the end, there are a lot of resources. Like Dr. Patrick said, there is the Small Business Development Center in Temple, Mr. Jason Ayler. He's pretty good with business plans. He helps us out as far as like the market analysis, the financial projections. We don't have that kind of software, but we do have a business plan template that we can walk you through. And, the market analysis, financial projections, that'll be more for like, if you're seeking lending. So they're going to want to see, okay, how viable is this business? Is this something that I want to fund 80% of? So they're going to need that information. But there are resources out there for veterans too. Like there is a veteran waiver for the LOC. If you're an honorably discharged veteran, not a lot of people know that, but we have those resources in our office and we want to share them with people. We want to help you through the application processes. We're there for you. So, and like I said, free of charge. So come on and see us. And I mean, don't get discouraged, because it's easy to get discouraged early on, but just keep going and just move on. Learn from your mistakes.
So mine are, again, similar to what everybody else said. Networking, like I can't say it enough. Networking is so important. And it's not just networking events. I had an instance where I was on a plane and a dear friend of mine who's a wildly successful professional had once said he always gets first-class plane tickets because he's always going to sit next to somebody who is important. And I'm like, that's great. I can't afford first-class tickets every place I fly. But that's a really great idea. But I took the sentiment from it and said, everyone you sit next to could be somebody important to you. And so anytime I get on a plane and I'm sitting next to somebody, I always talk to them. Where are you going? Is it business or pleasure? Blah, 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 blah. And there was one time that I was sitting next to somebody, and a lot of you have probably taken the Colleen flight that goes from here to Dallas. It goes up, it comes down. It's about how long it is. And I was sitting next to this woman, and we chatted, and she was in the fitness industry, and I talked about Nut Tree Fitness, and we exchanged numbers, and it was a really great conversation, and then that was it. 3 years later, I am graduating my very first class at the massage school after we purchased it, and this woman is rushing to the front of the room, and I am in my, thank God the event went successfully, nobody died, and everyone's gonna leave soon, okay. And this woman is rushing towards me, and I'm thinking, oh, what is she gonna complain about? I thought everything went well. And she goes, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. She's like, do you remember me? We sat on the plane next to each other. And she started talking, and she's like, when my niece said that she was going to come to this school, and she told me what your name was, she's like, oh my gosh, I know her. She is so nice. And I'm like, well, that's nice. But it could have gone totally differently. I could have been a total, inappropriate person. And she could have associated that to my name. And so when her niece went to her and said, hey, I'm thinking about going to this massage school, these are the people that owned it, it would not have been oh, she's so nice. It would have gone a different way. And in that note, don't burn bridges. There are a lot of people that like to burn bridges because they like to put the spotlight on themselves. But once that bridge is burned, you can't rebuild it. It doesn't matter how much people say, yeah, you just got to work harder next time. If you burn that bridge, it's down. And So just assume every single interaction you have with anybody is a potential client, a potential referral. How would you want to be treated? Would you want them to come back and do business with you?
Yeah, and I'd add investor. Because, if you've ever read there's a book that published many years ago, The Millionaire Next Door, most of the people who have the money, you don't know they have the money. And you don't know who you're sitting to till you have a conversation, and, it may come up. I mean, a lot of the people I run into that I know are major investors in a lot of small businesses in this area, if you saw them, you would never think that they're major investors in small businesses in the area.
I had one other thing that I actually didn't comment on. Business coaches. They're pricey. Like, I'm not going to kid you. Good business coaches are expensive. Anybody can call themselves a coach. There's, a life coach around every corner. But it is really worth it. Like, I teach business. That's one of the things that I do for a living even now, is I teach people how to run businesses, how to start businesses, how to grow businesses. That's part of what I do. I still have a business coach. Because when you are in business, it is so easy to lose focus on working in your business instead of on your business. And a good business coach can keep you directed. And my personal, how do you determine who's a good business coach, is finding someone who has been successful in business themselves. That doesn't mean that they haven't, had businesses that have failed, because again, you fail up. That's how you do it. But it's important to remember, if someone is coaching you and they have never successfully done what they're trying to coach you to do, is that really the coach that you want?
All right, questions. Open it up to questions for either a particular panelist, the panel as a whole. Come on, someone. Oh, we got a brave volunteer.
All right. Hi, my name's Tommy Barker. I really just had tips on rebranding, marketing, and stuff like that. For example, there's a business that oh well, there you go. You're already ready. There's an older couple who's looking to give up their business soon, and also guess a little subclass of that, investing, to get a loan out for that, where you would go about that to buy that said business. Yeah, that's basically my question.
I'll start, just for the rebranding side of it. You figure out what the business has done historically well and what the business has historically done not well. And you focus on how you're going to move forward. Whether or not that's, so for us, one of the very first things I did for rebranding was, I changed our logo 100%. The name remained the same. It has been A New Beginning School of Massage Colleen since 2009 when it was started, but it is now Phoenix Awakening Massage, A New Beginning School of Massage Colleen. And for the first probably 3 years we were owners, it remained Phoenix Awakening Massage, A New Beginning School of Massage Colleen, because I wanted to differentiate that. Because although Ted had been a phenomenal therapist, and he originally had a phenomenal program, there were things that had happened in the last few years because of his illness that had just tarnished that image. And so we really focused on where do we want to go? We wanted to create a program that was outstanding and that created massage therapists that were above what you would create any place else from other schools. That was our goal. And so we just focused on that. And we were very intentional about not taking it back to where it was. And when people would bring up, even to this day, I had somebody, I was there 4 years ago, and this would have been 2020, maybe even 2019. And they were like, I was there 3 years ago, and it was a horrible experience. I'm like, it's 3 years later, and you are putting a Google review. Are you kidding me? But you can't say that, but you can go on and say, I appreciate that. We're under new ownership now. We would love for you to come and, experience what we are now. And I will leave financing. Does someone else want to touch on financing?
In terms of financing, obviously just speak to lenders. Be prepared. be organized, have a marketing presentation, show some numbers, show a cash flow projection, your plan for the business. You know, a lot of times when I approach lenders, people are often impressed by how organized I am. And to me, I don't think much of it because that's how I was always taught to do it. But apparently not everyone is organized with their pitch, organized with their vision for the business. Why are you acquiring this? Why are you acquiring it at X price? Okay, what do you see the business doing 5 years out from now? Where are you going to spend this money that you're asking me to loan to you? You know, simple questions like that. So be prepared to address questions, have an organized pitch deck, have a vision for your business, and definitely have some numbers there because you're asking for a loan at the end of the day, so they will want to see some numbers.
And I'll just add to that. So if you are developing a business plan, it doesn't have to be 50 pages, right? I mean, you can have a very successful 20-page business plan, but most lenders, they're going to want to focus on the financials. So that's going to be one of the most important aspects. And also knowing that you have some skin in the game as well, so.
And I will kind of close that out from the finance accounting side of the house. Look at the financials of the business that you are looking to acquire. 3 years. You want to look at least 3 years. Obviously, we've got, you know, the COVID hump and things like that, so they may not, you may even, if it's been a long-standing business, you may even go back pre-COVID to look at financials. What were they before? Because there are still businesses that are still recovering from COVID, that are still struggling. But you want to look at them. I had a friend who was looking to buy a business, and he looked at their financials, and he thought it was an extremely successful business, and then he looked at their financials and went, so for payroll, you have $7,000. He's like, yeah, that's how much I pay. He's like, yeah, but this is for your whole year. He's like, you're open 6 days a week. And how do you only have $7,000 in payroll? He's like, well, this one guy, he just lives with his mom. He just does this as a hobby. So he just takes product home periodically. And he started going through this whole list. And we're like, okay, so outside of the fact that this is all illegal, when you start looking at that, and when he actually started projecting how much he would pay for employees, that really pretty profit margin at the bottom got real small real fast.
Yeah, and I've seen, to her point, I've seen this with some small businesses that they, even if you dive into the numbers and you look at their employees and what they don't do it right. You know, it should be, this person should be an employee, but they treat them as an independent contractor, or they're just paying them cash under the table. And when you go to run the business correctly, your expenses are going to be way higher than theirs are because they just do it differently. And it's not necessarily that they're trying. Well, some are trying to skirt the law, but some it's just out of ignorance. And it's like, oh, this is the way we've done it and all this. And it's like, yeah, but you can't do that. The tax man doesn't like that. And so you're going to have trouble. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much. And they're getting ready for lunch. We'll eat lunch here in just a sec. All right, we got to do it while we're waiting for lunch. We do have a few more drawings. Let's see, Coba bag. Do we got Sean Marshall still in the room? Sean? John, going, no Sean? Jamie Becerra? Hey! Well, you were in line for an Amazon, so we'll go with that. CC Thomas. Hey. I got you. So y'all have a connection? Yeah. One of these projects is 2%. Oh. Yeah.
It still is to this day. I would agree with that. It is. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Congratulations.
Not between now and June, because that's crazy, because I know what your life is like, and having a cable in the middle of the room. What about your days between September?
Send me some dates. I need the email to work. Come to me.
Like I've noticed those don't get back to the and they see this park and this noise and wonder about there. They want to
All right, we are ready to eat. We've got a nice spread in the back. It's chicken parm, or vegetarian is cauliflower parm. Got plenty back there, salad, some nice grilled vegetables, bread, drinks, and it looks like some yummy desserts over there on the far side. So go ahead and help yourself. We'll probably do our next... we've got our lunch keynote will probably go in the 12:30-ish hour, so spend some time talking. A couple of our panelists are still around. Ask questions and enjoy lunch.
And I'm talking them through how to do it, how to use this program, and all this stuff. We get them to like, well, why would I pick you? I'm like, you were because based on the conversation we had, I already knew. I was not going to because as soon as I put my raise, it's not right for me, and that's
it's the make or buy. I teach cost accounting. We're going to make or buy now. Either you do it, or you have somebody else figure out which one's cost effective.
right, and what makes more sense to you. I tell my students all the time, like, I have a bookkeeper now because I don't know how to keep a business, but I would like to clean my house. Like, because it is more advantageous for my brain to be planning out my business than it would now for me to to me when I renovated my house. Did it? Yeah. Yep.
However, I know what my hourly rate is.
Yeah.
And if I use my hourly for something else, I can make more than my regular hourly. But I'd rather work in the garbage. If I don't work in the garbage, one is down my two, I can work in those 2 hours and have something else.
And that's exactly it. And there is a point in life where you get really good at assessing that and going, all right, this is how much my hourly rate is. This is how much I'm like, here you go. I just need you to come do this.
I'm just saying, like, a career I'll like get stuff in my car and then like do this is horrible and then see if I can
what do I see as value? And like I did that, we were at our business coaching event just recently. They're like, Will, what did you get out of this last quarter? Like, what was your success? And I'm like, we went and did things like 5 weekends. You know, and they're like, you know, and because of the fact I was in a room with them, like entrepreneurs, everybody understood how important that was.
That was the one question about it. What do you
Manage expectations.
You know what I have to do. And there's a space in between all together.
That's another connection, and maybe I can bridge that. Yeah, I do. I just manage that kind of hair all the time.
That's what it looks like. Don't let anybody
They're lying. That is. So, yeah, but send me a message. Let me know what you would like me to talk on. No problem. Thank you.
You were able to express emotion a little bit as far as you're an alumni?
Yes. Yeah. 2010.
So you're a technical employee?
Yep. I've been through all this stuff. So I was here for that originally. I don't know if it was I actually set up the organization and all the paperwork and everything like that. So
I didn't even know that it was a day. A year ago. At a certain cutoff.
Yeah, like I change it. I personally. Yeah, sure.
Billy he was like, I didn't know when it was smaller. I mean, I was stationed here and all this stuff.
Now they were like, okay, come up here so we can ask Also, if we go back, the other 2 schools before that, all of the different names and
Where did you go?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh my gosh, I know, right? It's yours next to like it.
Or do you guys basically, so basically you're hire your own subs, what do you do? Hire GC. Right.
No, you're fine.
Industrial manufacturing, and like I said, retail in California, a lot of restaurant in Indiana, and a lot of gas station. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I really like restaurant, I really like retail, and I really like but initially I love restaurants because restaurant, you can break it down to restaurant, you can go retail depends, the grill boxes, and then you get TIs.
Still a work in progress, but it's something I want to do.
Service calls, little residential stuff. He had so much to do and to keep his crews one way or the other, I'm going to make money and people busy. So yeah, you can but this was the same guy. He was one of the crews. He's like, no, he's not one. You know what I mean? You gotta pay attention to all those things. Oh yeah.
see the students really engaged, and we're hoping that we're able to do more of these to provide that whole aspect that we can't provide in the classroom and give them that practical experience. Things like that.
Why are you obsessed with it? Because you have.
Yeah, exactly. Good friends. All right. Welcome back. We're now time for our final speaker of the day. And I'm incredibly proud to introduce this one. I'm not going to do it a big bio. I hope she actually gives her bio herself a little bit, because that's part of the uniqueness of Jennifer's background as a former student here. And I will end with where she is now positionally. She's risen the ranks, and she can talk more about that, to now being the Chief Operating Officer at our bank. So Jennifer, take it away.
Katie's our marketing director from the panel this morning. She is our brand cheerleader. So if you're in the marketing area, you need to be a cheerleader for your brand and for your company. She definitely is one. So a little bit about me. Yes, I am a proud warrior, class of 16. I was asked to talk about success being a student here, and I think part of that path for me is honestly my journey. My first job was 16. I've had 3 jobs in my life. They've all been for a bank. And I was part of my high school work program. I grew up in a very small town, about an hour east of Austin. The thing that town is most popular for is Snow's Barbecue. People line up, it sells out by lunch, and they're only open 1 day a week. So I am from that town. They made the Texas Monthly list, if you will. So I grew up there. I was a good student. I was accepted into A&M College Station. And when I graduated, I did not understand the financial burden that would take on my family. All I knew was, I want to be an Aggie. I want that Aggie ring that I can wear forever, right? I want to dunk it. I mean, let's get real. I want to dunk the ring. So we go, get into A&M, do well in my classes, but I also see the impact it had on my family. That was when I grew up a lot. I couldn't do that, and that was my choice. So I chose to leave because I didn't want to do that to my parents. I said, I'll make a sacrifice and put what I want aside so that my parents didn't have to bear that burden of paying for that. I still worked for the bank through those years at A&M College Station. I was a teller, and then I became a new accounts representative. So if you ever needed a new checking account, you would come see me in Bryan, Texas. And when I left A&M, I asked for a transfer. The bank I worked for had locations closer to home in the Austin area, so I was fortunate to stay with my employer, and I moved to Austin. Continued there, kept learning about banking, how a bank works, what happens when you write a check, how does it get to where it needs to go, right? And ultimately became a branch manager, stayed there for a while. That bank was acquired. It was a heartbreaking transaction because I had been there for about 7 years. And so life changes, and sometimes companies aren't a good fit for who you are as a person. So again, I made a choice. I went to another very large regional financial institution called Frost Bank. They're huge in the state of Texas. They are the Bank of Texas. They ooze Texas spirit, right? So I was like, I'm a Texan. This is going to fit. And they did. They're a fantastic organization. Kept learning. I was challenged. I dealt with a different customer base. And spent 5 years there. And then I got a phone call from a man that I respect so much. He's our CEO today. His name is Steve Stapp. He knew me when I was 16. So my story is very unique. He knew me when I was in the work program in high school. He was a manager at that bank that I worked for. He said, Jennifer, we started a bank about a year ago, and I want you to come work here. He said, you know how I like banks to be run. You know the culture I believe in, and I think you can be valuable here. If Steve Stapp calls you, you say, okay. So I made another choice, and that's when I came to our bank. Our bank was little. It was one branch. It was a startup. It's called de novo in our industry. And at this time, I had decided, I said, it's been probably 10 years since I left A&M at this point. I thought, I'm not a quitter by nature. And it always bothered me that I couldn't finish my degree. I had made enough professional accomplishments. If anyone out from the outside looking at my career, they would say, you've done well. Like, you're in a stable job, you're making a decent living. Why go back? You don't have to. But for me, I did, because I knew I walked away from something that was very important to me. And so, single at the time, just me, and so a very small circle. So Dr. Rhodes, he, I believe, was the president of ACC at the time, and I went to ACC. I'm a product of Austin Community College, and at the time, I had 2 degree plans in front of me. I would always make sure that the courses I took aligned with A&M College Station again, and then it would also align with UT Austin. So no matter what, I knew one of those 2 schools were going to take me. And so I chugged along. I was a part-time student, working full-time at the bank, helping build the bank. And the time came for me to make a choice. Again, I had done everything I could at ACC. So for many of you, that choice may have been, you've done everything you could at CTC. It's time to go to the next place, right? And so that was me. I applied 4.0. It was, I studied hard. I did what I needed to do. My calculus teacher was my Ritter. Oh, it was brutal. If I never have to see a derivative in my life, I'll be happy. Oh, I still don't really know what they're for. Not in banking, but anyway. So I applied to both A&M College Station and UT Austin. UT Austin turned me down immediately. Talk about a sucker punch I'm a product of 2 Texas exes. So when you're a Texan and your parents go to a certain school, you want to carry on the family name, you know. I still bleed burnt orange. I do. I love my Longhorns. I know. But they turned me down. And I called them because it didn't make sense. On paper, I'm biased, but I was a really good candidate. And the unfortunate part is it's a money game. I was there to get my job done. I want my degree, but they want to farm them in and farm them out, right? So it was unfortunate, but I got it. It is what it is. A&M called me. They said, Jennifer, you're awesome. We want you. But are you willing to make a drive from Round Rock, because that's where the bank is? Are you willing to drive to College Station every day? Every day for 2 years. And I had to think about that for a while because it's a lot. And so I talked to my employer about it. I was dating at the time. I wasn't married yet. I went to my parents, kind of how we all do. We lean on our parents for wisdom. I also went to my CEO and I said, here's the deal. He's an Aggie. That man does bleed maroon. And his Aggie ring is so worn out, it's bald. Like, he is that kind of Aggie. He probably wears it in the shower. So I went to him and I said, here's the thing. I got in, but they want me to drive every day. And he gave me very practical advice, very much like any other parent would give a child. And he said, Jennifer, I'm an Aggie. I want you to go. But you have enough practical, real-world experience that the drive may not be worth it for you anymore, because now your professional resume outweighs your educational resume. And that was very meaningful, so I started looking at different options here in Central Texas. Well, my boyfriend, now husband, he taught at CTC. He was in their culinary arts program. He taught culinary arts over there. And so he was passing the campus every day. He said, did you know there was a school there? No. And so I looked into it. They had the degree that I'm an accountant. Everything has to balance. You finance guys that net everything out, I don't understand you. I have to have a debit and a credit. I have to. So I looked, and most of my courses would transfer. I took minimal losses because I'd never planned on this institution. I applied, got in. Once I got in, I thought, okay, now I have to drive to Killeen, which is still an hour. And what is that going to do to my full-time job? Talked to Mr. Stapp again. And what I will say and encourage you about this is my journey is not like everyone else's. And I've been very fortunate and very blessed to have leaders in my path that understand what's important to you, makes it important to them, and they push you forward. And so I have a full-time job, okay? He told me when I sat with him, he said, if you need 2 days during the week, if you can stack your calendar, your academic schedule, to where you do a Monday, Wednesday, or a Tuesday, Thursday, you can backfill your hours on the weekend for as long as you need. If that's what you want and it's important to you, schedule your classes the best you can. And we've got you. We won't change your status. We will handle it. And he met that. He met his promise. And 2 years later, I dug in. Dr. Loafman was my business law professor. What was the one that you taught in Hutto? Management, yes. So it was very much closer to me. That was a 15-minute drive. So I took night classes at UCheck. And then as I got closer to my degree, the time on campus was more and more demanding, which rightfully so, I understand that. And I had mentioned I was the class of 16. And I'll tell you, my time here on campus, it was, and y'all are all business students, so I think this is a safe place. When we come to school, we come to work. This is not touchy-feely 101. There's no psych majors or anything in here. So I had some friends in every single class, and as we matured in our journey here, we all started, cramming into the same classes. And that last semester of your senior year where you're right there, and you're so tired, trying to survive Ritter, all the things. In my experience here, and I genuinely hope that this is your experience too, you start to have your friends surround you that truly do work alongside you, and you pull each other across the finish line. And I still have a picture. I'm going to get emotional. I still have a picture of the 3 ladies that we graduated. We all had our honors on. And it's just a very proud moment when you can pull each other and you can be each other's strength in something that's very exhausting. The demographic of this campus, I feel, is very unique in that when you come here you do come to work, but you're not, generally speaking, the fresh kids out of high school. We're working parents. We're moms. We're dads. We're vets. You're not in your pajama pants, so you're good. That would happen at ACC, and I was just like, why? Why? Put pants on. So I just think that that's a very special thing about this campus, is that we're all grown-ups here. We have a job to do. We support each other. That was my personal experience. I know Katie, when she was here, she shared very similar stories with some of her contacts here. So I graduated. It was my bachelor's. And honestly, I went back to work on Monday. I know that's not normal, but I did. I went back to my normal job. And again, for me, it was about knowing that I finished it. Something else that I kind of got razzed on, even by some of my classmates at the time. It was pretty new when the class rings had started coming out, and I had been saving. I wasn't my Aggie ring, right? But if you're contemplating whether or not to spend that money on the ring, spend the money on the ring. You fought for it. And I wear mine all the time. It's not bald like Mr. Stapps. Maybe it will be one day. But it's always a reminder of me finishing something that was very hard, right? So that was 2016. I got married. I made a choice, okay? I think I was talking to Jay about sacrifice earlier. This whole time I'm dating, right? I did get married while I was in college, but I was very open with my husband, and I said, listen, this is important. It's important to me. And I think for any of you who are married, who are young families, young parents, it's a sacrifice to come to school. Katie came to school with babies. I was just a young professional that was a newlywed. I would have classmates that would have babies, just drop their babies off to come here for 2 hours and go back and get their babies again. I was shocked at the lift. I thought my lift was heavy. That lift, now knowing what mommyhood is all about, those ladies were awesome. Like, I don't know how they did it. So it is a sacrifice. My husband made a choice to take a back seat, in our relationship so I could focus on my degree because he understood that it was important. I graduate, go back to work on Monday. Same job, same duties. Nothing changes for a while. I just keep my head down. I've always been raised, keep your head down, do the right thing, work your butt off, and it'll pay off. I'm a testimony to that. I have my first baby. I was in the accounting department of the bank at the time, and I prepped everything. I'm a prepper, not in the way that you have 8 months of food in your pantry. I'm not like that. But no judgment if you are. I'm coming to you when everything burns down. But
I was on maternity leave, and Mr. Stapp calls again. I'm literally holding a 2-week-old baby. He says, Jennifer, I'm like, yes, I know that tone. I need you to do something for me. I said, okay, what is it? Now remember, I left in the accounting department. I came back a senior operations officer. He said, somebody left, and I need you to do this. You know how I like things. You know the culture I want. It was the same speech that I had gotten when he first called me. It was the same one. Only this time, I have my degree and I have a baby. And I'm looking down at the baby thinking, I just started my maternity leave. He goes, no. In 10 weeks when you come back. We'll handle the accounting department. Don't worry about it. You're going to come back and run operations. So some of you may not know what operations is. Anything that's not a loan in a bank, that's operations. If it's not generating a loan, I'm responsible for it. I take your deposits, I pay your checks, I make sure your debit card works, I make sure the tellers at the front line know what they're talking about, which is sometimes a challenge. But I get to work with a lot of really good people. So at the time, when I came back from having a baby, I had a staff of 5. And I had to learn a lot. I was drinking from a fire hose, but I did have a lot of background. So remember, I started as a bank teller, so I knew how checks worked. I had opened new accounts. I know what people on the front line face. So I know how a bank operates. And so I rode that wave. I kept my head down. I did my job. I made the decisions that I instinctively knew from 10 plus years of already being in banking at the time. And then I think, I don't know, Katie, 30 people now is in operations, at least. So I had a lot of reports, plus all of the banking centers. So I had all the infrastructure, the people that make sure the bank really works behind that magical curtain. And then I had all of the banking centers responsible. They were my direct reports. So I was challenged. I was so fulfilled in that job. I was learning things every day. I had been in that job for 7 years, okay? I had my baby, came back. I'm in the same job for 7 years. And I feel fulfilled, challenged, content every day. It's a good place to be. And I get a phone call again. Jennifer? Yes? I need to talk to you for a minute. And I said, okay. It's the same conversation every time. I should probably tell him this. He probably doesn't realize it's been the same conversation. So he calls me. We have 2 buildings where we work at. I work in Round Rock, over by the ballpark, Kalahari. If any of you have been there, it's very overpriced, but it's a lot of fun. The stairs kill you. If you go, get ready, and your legs are going to hurt. But that's where I work. So I go across the street, and it is Steve, the CEO, and then my boss, who was at the time the COO. And they sat me down, and they said, hey, we think you'd be good to take this job, get a promotion to become the COO of the bank. It was the most awkward, unexpected conversation. Like, I figured they wanted me to go just to another arm of the bank, like a lateral move. I never thought that I was ready for that. And I asked them one question, both of them. And it was very to the point. The older I've gotten, the less filter I have. Does that happen to y'all? You just don't care anymore? And, they've known me long enough that they know the filter has disintegrated over time. So I said, my question is, while I'm very grateful, is am I ready? Am I ready? Because that's a big leap. It's a scary leap. And I let the silence speak for itself. My boss was my direct boss, the chief operating officer at the time. He was very supportive. He said, Jennifer, you've been doing this job. You know this bank inside and out. You're ready. I said, okay, you're my boss. You're supposed to do that. And I think because I've always respected Steve, and he's been part of my personal life for so long, I really wanted him to say, yeah, you're ready. And so I waited for him to speak, and his head's down the whole time. He said, Jennifer, you have surpassed every expectation that I've had for somebody who's worked for me as long as they have. You're ready, and you can do this. And that type of validation for someone who we talk about mentorship a lot, and sometimes when I was in college and I would learn about mentoring, I thought about this awkward one-on-one all the time. Okay, we're gonna have mentor time now. That's not reality. Filter, I'm sorry. In corporate America, mentoring, my experience is, yes, there are some one-on-one coaching experiences, but I'm going to let you fall on your face, and then we're going to talk about why you fell on your face and how not to fall on your face again. That's my experience with mentoring. Somebody who can kind of help you up and say, yeah, that was a bad mistake, but I had to let you make it. So that was Steve to me. So talked about it with my husband. Had another choice to make. Here's my other little tidbit of wisdom, if you want to call it that. For every rung you climb, you give them something. It's a reality. It just is. If you want total work-life balance, and a high-level executive job may not be it for you. And that's okay. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying it takes a toll on you, on your stress level. It is a time demand. The Entrepreneur Panel, it was phenomenal because it's true. It demands parts of your life that a traditional staff person won't have to deal with. So I knew it would impact my marriage somehow, mostly time. My children, I'm a mommy. I think all the mommies and daddies in the group that really care about their kids and want it's time away from your kids, quality time away from your kids impacts them. So we had to have that conversation. And ultimately, for our family, we felt like it was something that I could still balance. Being a mom, being an executive, doing all the things that I have to do. Now, I am not joking. This morning, my husband said, I'm out of socks. I don't have time. And so those little things that are annoying, I need socks, I need undershirts, I need other under things. You don't have time for everything. So when I say that for every rung you climb something, you lose something. That is true. And I would just encourage you to talk to your family about it when you're presented with that and understand it could be a great opportunity with a lot of money, but there's always something that you got to give up. That's just the cold, hard truth of corporate America. So anyway, that's how I got here now. I love this place. It's a very special place. Before I was a student here, I was telling Dr. Loafman, my stepdad was very involved in the college, so it just, the success of this place is very meaningful to me because I'm a product of it, and I look back and I'm like, I accomplished that. I did that. I have a lot of good friends because of that place. So I feel very blessed, and I hope that as you all are on your journeys, you identify those friends who can drag you across the finish line and also be cheerleaders for you. So Katie, she got her master's after I graduated, right? But now we have this connection here, and we didn't even know that we were both asked to come here until after the fact, where we said, I got to be gone this day, and both of us perked up. Why are you gone that day? No, we're going to the same thing. So, for what it's worth. That's my story. I've been the COO for about 6 months, but I've been doing the job for a while. My story. Do you have anything for me, or?
I don't. Does anyone got any questions for Jennifer?
Go for it. Yeah. Oh, that one came in December. I can't talk about it yet, but yes, that one came in December. But he's a good man. I hope that you all are blessed with good leaders. Yes, sir. Habits? Keep your head down. Keep your head down and work your butt off. So, I'm a hiring manager. And if I could encourage you when you guys get out of here and you get your jobs, please don't walk in thinking right out of the gate, I'm going to be a manager earning X. Amen. Say it in the back. There's a lot of what you were saying earlier. I was like, yes. The other thing that I'll caution you on is if you don't like people, don't be a leader. I've had somebody who flat out told me, I want your paycheck, but I don't like the people. And so while I appreciate the fact that she knew that people drove her absolutely insane, another sacrifice. If you want this glamorous job, you got to realize you got to deal with people, and people are messy. They just are in every industry. Some worse than others. Hospitality. My husband's a chef. I know this. But if you don't like people, management and leadership is not for you, because you're going to lose your patience with people in about 2.2 seconds, and they're going to only frustrate you. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So I think that if you want this big, glorious title with a lot more responsibilities, and yes, the salary is helpful, but it comes with a lot too. So when I say for every rung you climb, you give something up, you have to realize it's a give and take in every avenue. Does that make sense? Crickets? Yes, ma'am.
So you said you're a mom. So
Yeah.
how do you know, like, how to balance your personal life and say, like, you know what? No, I'm not doing this. Like, how do you?
My mommy boundaries?
Yes.
Yeah. I've gotten really good at saying no. It's a sentence. It's one word sentence.
I can. No.
Yeah.
Every day, all day.
Yeah, they're really good at that sentence. So again, I understand my experience professionally may not be what everyone else gets the pleasure of walking. I fully understand that, and I am blessed to say that I have the people in my path that I have, 100%. However, this is when getting older and losing your filter, I feel, becomes more and more beneficial, because when I was promoted, when I was in brand new baby, right? And he made that phone call to me. I said, Steve, I'm holding the baby. I understood every rung, right, cost something. I said, are you okay with that? Are you okay with me if I got to go, sick kid in daycare, I got to go? I was very blessed to have that say, yeah, go. I work for a company who believes in their fabric that parenthood, the family unit, it's very important. And if you got to go, you got to go. The doors are going to open, the doors are going to close. So I'm supported that way. I'll give you a great example. So I was invited. If you Google our institution, you'll find that there is a prominent family that is very involved in our ownership. Okay, that's all I'm going to say there. I was invited to a private dinner for all of the executives of all of the companies that they own. Very nice dinner, privately held at Cimarron Hills Country Club in Georgetown. My daughter got the flu on the night of the dinner. And I was raised, my dad is a very successful person in the aerospace industry. He said, if you get invited to a dinner like that, you go. I got a kid with the flu. So I called him and I said, I'm really sorry, I can't go. I have the flu. And their response to me was, we have grandkids, we know. So I understand that not everybody has that journey and that their companies don't believe in that as much. But I just was very honest. And I said, if you can't handle my commitment to my family, this isn't going to work. And I think that transparency is always good. You know where you stand on either side of it. So, does that answer your question? Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's intense. It's intense. Yeah. So her question is work-life balance specifically in an operational space. And that's kind of the choice that you and your family have to make. And I say that because I live that every day. I live at a certain level of intensity, of stress, and of pressure because ultimately, if we're not processing teller transactions, right? If we can't accept your mobile deposit when you put it on your phone, if something's wrong, they call me to fix it. And so it's a level of pressure that you as a person and your family need to be willing to take. And I will also encourage you, I don't know what type of operations, if it's bank operations or just any other type of operational unit, but I will encourage you and say that it ebbs and flows. In my experience, it hasn't always been push, 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 high pressure, high pressure. I will tell you though, in those seasons, that's when I find what I'm really made of. And then you kind of ebb down again and you're like, oh, got a little bit of a relief. And then ramps up again, more pressure. And I think that's what made me pretty resilient is that I see a lot of people, and Katie can probably vouch for this, is that there's not a lot of people that can respond well to high levels of pressure for a very long amount of time. They crack. But the people that can, in my opinion, those are the ones that you want on your team because you know they're going to last longer. Another cold hard truth of corporate America.
All right, we have come to the end of our time. I want to thank Jennifer so much for coming up and sharing with us. And again, it goes back to what I talked about in the beginning. Success is relative, okay? That there are personal achievements with titles, and there are personal achievements with different levels of fulfillment. I agree wholeheartedly. She's speaking to me that for every level you go up, there's a cost, and you got to figure out where that is. And so, some people may view success as getting that executive title, but you may view your success as something here because that's where you find the work-life balance and everything. And the same thing with the family. When I came into this role, I sort of also laid out and discussed what my family situation is. I will be dropping off my kids at school in the morning, and if they have something, I need to be flexible to go pick them up, and I'll probably be leaving at X time, in a given day, and that's just the way to do this. I need to operate. And like I said, some part of it is finding that company that appreciates that. And so if you need that and that company doesn't appreciate that, which there are a bunch that don't, okay, you may have to find another company eventually. But thank you so much for your participation today. If you missed anything, there is our YouTube channel will actually have this posted on it so you can revisit any portions. Again, we've still got several of our panelists here, and like I said, they're willing to communicate with you further. And anything you need to continue to support you on your educational journey, please don't hesitate to let us know. Thank you.